Ever been hit with a question that doesn't just confuse you, it undoes you? Not a trick question. Not a riddle. Something deeper. In Zen, they're called koans, paradoxes designed to snap your mind out of its usual patterns. They're not here to give you answers. They're here to shut down the noise and wake something up that words can't touch. This isn't about learning more. It's about seeing differently. So take a breath, drop what you think you know, and let's go in. But before that, drop a quick comment and let us know where you're watching this from and what time it is for you. It's amazing how we're all connected, each of us chasing that perfect night's sleep. If this resonates with you, please like this video, subscribe to our channel Restwise, and join the journey. The sound of one hand clapping. You ever notice how some questions don't just make you think? They make you stop. Not because you don't understand the words, but because something in them short-circuits your brain. Like it hits a part of you that logic can't reach. The sound of one hand clapping is one of those questions. It sounds absurd. It's supposed to. Most people hear it and either laugh it off or try to get clever. They flap their hand in the air, slap it against their thigh, try to squeeze out some physical explanation. But that's exactly what it's designed to reveal. Your need to explain. Your habit of reaching for answers like they're oxygen. And Zen, it doesn't care about clever. It's trying to wake you up. So imagine this. You're sitting across from a Zen master. You're seeking peace, truth, whatever you want to call it. And instead of telling you how to find it, he gives you this, a sentence that doesn't go anywhere. A door with no handle. What is the sound of one hand clapping? There's no answer. That's not a trick. There's just no answer in the way you're used to answers existing. And your mind, if you're honest, hates that. It starts itching. You feel uncomfortable. Not because the question is confusing, but because it's unresolved. It sits there, unfinished, and you can't let it go. That discomfort, that's the real koan. That's the thing Zen is pointing at. The part of you that panics in the presence of the unknown. You've been trained to close loops, to fix problems, to connect dots. And here's this question saying, what if you didn't? What if you sat in that space between questions and answers and just stayed there? It messes with you. And that's the point. See, in Zen practice, this question isn't meant to be answered. It's meant to be lived with, to burn a hole in your thinking. Because the more you wrestle with it, the more you start to notice something you've never really noticed before. The silence underneath your thoughts, the space between the noise, the awareness that's always there but never speaks. That space is what the koan is pointing to. There's a part of the brain, the default mode network, that lights up when we're daydreaming, when we're replaying the past, projecting the future, narrating our lives in our heads. It's the voice that never shuts up. But paradoxes like this one, they confuse it. They throw a wrench into the mental machinery. The network stutters, and for a second, just a second, it quiets down. That's not just neuroscience. That's spiritual design. It's like a Zen master figured out how to trip the alarm system in your brain so you can slip past your usual way of thinking. And when that moment of silence hits, not just external silence, but internal, you realize something. You've spent your whole life answering questions, solving problems, making sense of things, but some truths, they don't live in sense. They live in surrender. The sound of one hand clapping isn't a puzzle to be decoded. It's a mirror. It shows you how frantic your mind is, how addicted you are to resolution. And in that space, when you finally stop fighting it, when you stop needing it to mean something, you start to feel it. Not hear it. Feel it. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff and realizing that the silence out there is also inside you. It's not empty, it's alive. It's full, and that shift, that moment of quiet awakening, that's what Zen has been aiming at all along. Not information, not a moral lesson, just pure, unfiltered presence. The kind that doesn't come from thinking, but from being. So no, you can't hear the sound of one hand clapping in the way you hear a song or a voice or a door slamming shut. But you can know it. Deep down, when the noise finally stops, you realize it's been there the whole time, waiting in the stillness. Not as an answer, as a doorway. And once you walk through that, everything changes. Not dramatically, not with fireworks, but quietly, like a realization that sneaks in the back door and never leaves. What was your original face before you were born? People think the weirdest question a Zen master could ask is something like, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" But then this one shows up and just quietly wrecks you. What was your original face before you were born? Yeah. Sit with that for a second. You can feel your mind trying to grip it, like trying to pick up fog with your hands. And the harder you try to hold on to it, the more it vanishes. The first reaction is usually confusion or annoyance, because your brain immediately flips through its usual catalog. You think, am I supposed to imagine a baby version of myself? Or maybe this is metaphorical. Am I the universe? Is this spiritual code for something deep? But none of those land. And deep down, you know it. The question isn't confusing because it's vague. It's confusing because it cuts straight through everything you think you are. It's asking you to find the you beneath the story. The you before identity, before language, before time. Most people go their whole lives thinking they are the story in their head. I'm this kind of person. I had this kind of childhood. I want these kinds of things. But every part of that was constructed after the fact. You didn't write the code. You just became fluent in it. You learned to describe yourself using memory and emotion and labels. And now here comes this question that yanks the rug out from under all of it. What was your face before you had a face? It hits different because it's not pointing at the physical you. It's not about your appearance. It's not even about your personality. It's asking, who are you when all the roles fall away? When your mind has nothing left to hold on to, when the mask drops and there's just stillness. This is where people either lean in or shut down, because we've been raised in a culture that tells us we are what we produce, what we look like, what we've been through, what we believe. So the idea that you existed before all that, not as a body, but as awareness, it messes with you, because it means everything you thought was you might just be noise. And yet, something about the question feels true. Even if you don't understand it, something inside you recognizes it, like a memory that isn't personal, a truth that doesn't belong to your timeline. Now here's the twist. Zen isn't asking this to get a clever answer. You can't write this in a journal and walk away enlightened. The whole point is to let the question dissolve your normal way of thinking. You don't answer it. You live with it. You let it haunt you. You let it peel away everything that isn't essential. And when you finally run out of explanations, you hit a kind of silence that isn't empty. It's full. Full of presence. Full of being. There's a reason this koan has lasted for centuries. It's not because it's mysterious. It's because it points to the exact thing the mind cannot touch. The part of you that existed before thought, before identity, before birth. Some people try to answer it by saying, well, we are consciousness, or pure awareness. But even those are just words. Labels trying to put a leash on something that can't be owned. You can't reduce your original face to a definition. You can only notice what remains when the false self falls away. And sometimes you catch a glimpse, not because you were trying, but because the mind got quiet for once. Maybe during deep meditation, maybe in the middle of heartbreak, or awe, or surrender. That moment where time stops and the usual voice in your head just isn't there. And yet you are, completely, without needing to explain yourself to yourself. That's the thing. That right there is the direction the koan is pointing. This question is not asking you to think. It's asking you to remember. Not with the brain, with your being. Before you were born doesn't mean before your birth certificate. It means before the illusion, before the story kicked in, before form shaped your awareness into a name. And maybe that's what Zen has always been about. Not becoming something else. Not gaining wisdom like stacking trophies, but unlearning, returning, seeing what's always been true, hidden under all the layers of who you thought you were supposed to be. So what was your original face? You don't need to know it. You need to become still enough to be it. And once you glimpse that, even just once, it changes the way you look at everything. Not in a dramatic fireworks kind of way. More like how silence starts to feel louder than noise. You stop chasing meaning and start noticing presence. Noticing now. The question is still here. But suddenly, it doesn't feel like a problem to solve. It feels like a door. And you already know what's on the other side. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. You hear that sentence and your brain trips. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. It's not just surprising. It's offensive, shocking, even violent. And that's the point. Zen doesn't knock. It kicks the door open. Because what kind of spiritual tradition tells you to kill the one figure it's supposed to revere? What kind of wisdom tells you to destroy the symbol of enlightenment itself? The kind that actually wants to wake you up. This koan isn't about disrespect. It's not about attacking anything outside of you. It's about burning down the illusion of what you think enlightenment is. Because the moment you give enlightenment a face, a name, a path, a statue, a quote, you've already stepped out of reality and into fantasy. That's what this koan is trying to sever. That fantasy. See, somewhere along the way, we all picked up this idea that enlightenment is something out there, something distant, something you have to go find. You imagine it like a prize at the end of a long road. You meditate harder, study longer, discipline yourself more, thinking that one day, maybe, you'll finally meet the Buddha, and you'll know peace. You'll get it. You'll arrive. But Zen says, no, that Buddha you just met, that ideal, that glowing figure in your mind, it's a trap, a projection, a hallucination of your ego dressed up in sacred clothing. And that's why you have to kill it, not with hate, not with anger, with clarity. Because as long as you are chasing some perfect version of truth, you're running in circles. You've mistaken the path for the destination. You've turned awakening into an idol. And idols always betray you. They start off as inspiration, but over time, they become prisons. Think about it. How often have you chased after a version of yourself you thought you should be? The calm one, the wise one, the peaceful one. And how often did that image only make you feel more disconnected from who you are right now? That's the fake Buddha, the one on the road, the one you have to kill. This koan is radical because it demands that you give up every crutch, every shortcut, every belief that tries to package the truth into something neat and respectable. It says, if the Buddha you meet is something you can name, follow, copy, or even worship, it's not the real thing. The real Buddha cannot be seen. It cannot be followed. It cannot be owned, because it's not a person. It's a direct experience of what is, stripped of illusion. It's what remains when all your ideas about awakening are burned to the ground. And maybe that's the most painful part. Real spiritual growth doesn't always feel good. Sometimes it feels like death. Death of your certainty. Death of your image. Death of your identity as a seeker. Because what happens when the seeking ends? What happens when you realize the thing you were chasing was just another story? Another ego costume. Another concept standing between you and the raw, untamed truth. This koan slices right through that. It's not here to guide you gently. It's here to tear the mask off your spiritual ego. It's telling you, don't get attached, not even to the highest ideals, especially not to those. And it's not just about Zen. This shows up everywhere. The moment you make your teacher more important than the teaching, the path collapses. The moment you turn wisdom into a performance, you lose the thread. And the moment you think you've arrived, that's the moment you are furthest from awakening. You want a sign. You want clarity. You want a moment where the clouds part and everything finally makes sense. But Zen keeps saying, stop looking out there. There is no out there. The Buddha you're looking for is just a mirror of your own mind trying to escape itself. And when you finally stop running, when you face the silence without needing to label it, you don't find the Buddha. You find what the Buddha was pointing to. The stillness, the suchness, the presence that was always here before you gave it a name. That's what it means to kill the Buddha on the road. Not with violence, with awakening. You kill the illusion so what is real can finally breathe. And when you do, something strange happens. The road disappears. The seeker disappears. The idea of the Buddha disappears. And all that remains is this. No enlightenment, no end, just now. Mu, the ultimate unanswerable answer. You ask the master, does a dog have Buddha nature? The master looks at you and just says one word. Mu. That's it. Not yes, not no, just mu. And with that one syllable, your search begins and ends all at once. Because mu isn't an answer. It's a bomb. See, your brain wants this to be simple. You asked a yes or no question, so you expect a yes or no answer. But that's exactly what mu shatters. It tears through the illusion that the truth can be sliced in half like that, that you can put reality into a neat little box with a label on it. Mu is not just the sound of refusal. It's the sound of every belief system crashing to the ground. And it doesn't mean no. That's the first mistake people make, thinking mu is some ancient, fancy way of saying nope. But if it was that easy, this would not have been the most famous Zen koan of all time. Mu is more like asking the question, deleting the software, scrubbing the hard drive. It says the question you asked doesn't even exist in the way you think it does. That's why Zen monks will sit with mu for years, literally years, breathing mu, walking mu, dying into mu, because it's not something you understand. It's something that eats you from the inside out until only the real remains. At first, it feels impossible, like someone handing you a locked box with no key and telling you the meaning of life is inside. And yet, people still sit with it. Why? Because there's something about Mu that feels different from a riddle. It doesn't tease your mind. It breaks it. Not cruelly, not aggressively, but with a quiet, relentless honesty. Because here's what's really going on. You think you're asking about dogs and Buddha. But what you're really asking is, am I missing something? Is this ordinary thing in front of me secretly divine? And most importantly, am I? Am I Buddha nature? Am I awake or asleep? Mu doesn't give you comfort. It doesn't hold your hand and walk you there. It takes away the road completely and waits for you to realize you never needed it in the first place. And the thing is, your mind hates that. Your mind wants structure. It wants progress. It wants steps and answers and a way to feel like it's winning. But Mu says no to all of that. Not no as in failure. No as in freedom. Because every time you try to hold on to some spiritual concept, Mu strips it away. Every time you try to define enlightenment, Mu laughs. Every time you think you've got it, Mu burns it down. And slowly, something starts to happen. You start to feel the edge of where your thoughts end. You start to see how every label you use is just a map, never the territory. You start to sense that what you are cannot be captured by language, cannot be held by belief, cannot be reached through effort. That's what Mu is protecting. The reality beyond logic. The truth that's too naked for words. And here's the part that really gets you. The longer you sit with Mu, the more you realize you are the question. Your whole life is the koan. Every thought, every desire, every resistance, every moment of searching is the dog asking if it has Buddha nature. And Mu is your own awareness staring back at you with no explanation, no reassurance, no path forward. Just pure being. There's a reason the masters say if you penetrate Mu completely, you will know the meaning of all the teachings, all the sutras, all the Buddhas. Because Mu is not separate from you. It is the mirror being held up to your face, asking if you can see yourself without the story, without the name, without the seeker. And maybe that's why it hurts. Because to truly let Mu in, you have to die a little. Not physically, but the version of you that needs answers. That part burns away. The part that thinks awakening is something you get, something you earn, something someone can give you. Mu destroys that fantasy. What's left is silence, but not empty silence. Alive silence. The kind that doesn't need a single word to be complete. And the strange thing is, after all that struggle, all that unlearning, you come back to the original question. Does a dog have Buddha nature? And you smile. Not because you figured it out, but because the question itself no longer needs answering. It becomes a part of the dance, a part of the mystery, a doorway with no door. So next time someone asks you, what is Mu? You don't explain, you don't describe, you just breathe. You look them in the eye, and maybe you say nothing at all. Because sometimes the truest answers are the ones that leave everything untouched. The goose in the bottle. You know that feeling when you see something trapped. Like watching a bird stuck inside a glass bottle, fluttering its wings, desperate to get out but unable to find a way. That's exactly what the Zen koan, the goose in the bottle, asks us to wrestle with. At first glance, it sounds like a simple puzzle, maybe even a joke. How can a goose fit into a bottle? But dig a little deeper, and suddenly it becomes a mirror reflecting your own stuckness. The story goes like this. A man finds a goose inside a bottle. Of course, the bottle's neck is narrow, so there's no obvious way the goose got in. and there's no easy way for it to get out. The man tries everything. He tilts the bottle, shakes it, even breaks it. Yet the goose stays trapped, fluttering and frantic, still alive but confined in an impossible situation. Now, what does that mean for you and me? The goose isn't just a goose. It's your mind. Your thoughts, your fears, your attachments, all stuffed inside the tight space of your own habits and beliefs. You think you're free because you can move your wings, but in reality, you're locked in by the shape of your own thinking. You want out, but you can't see a way because the bottle isn't just glass. It's all the ideas you hold on to about who you are, what's possible, what's true. Most of us try to escape like the man with the bottle. We struggle, fight, try to break things open, break rules, break patterns, break expectations. But often that only causes more panic. You've been there, right? Trying harder to fix your life or yourself, but the harder you push, the tighter it feels. The goose flaps louder, the bottle shakes, but the door stays closed. This koan challenges that whole approach. It says maybe the problem isn't about breaking the bottle at all. Maybe the problem is your idea of the bottle. You think the bottle is real and solid and separate from the goose. But what if the bottle is just part of the goose's story? What if the trap exists only in your mind? Here's where it gets tricky. You might hear this and think, okay, I'll just relax, stop trying to escape, and the goose will be free. But that's not quite right either. It's not about laziness or giving up. It's about shifting your perspective so that the goose and the bottle aren't enemies anymore. They're one thing. Your mind and its limits are not separate. They create each other. When you finally see this, the panic fades. You stop fighting the shape of the bottle. You stop struggling to be something else. You realize the goose isn't trapped because the bottle holds it, but because it believes it's trapped. The moment the belief shifts, the bottle dissolves, not physically, but in experience. The wings spread wide, and suddenly, the space feels infinite. This is not some airy spiritual idea disconnected from real life. Think about moments you've felt stuck, emotionally, creatively, even physically. How often does the solution come not from forcing a way out, but from changing how you see the situation? Like when you realize the room you're trapped in has a door you never noticed, or when you stop trying to solve a problem by brute force and start listening to it instead. The goose in the bottle is the ultimate lesson in surrender and insight. It asks you to stop the frantic fluttering of your mind and look at the bottle closely. Is it really a barrier, or just a shadow you've mistaken for a wall? And here's the beautiful twist. This koan is not telling you to break the bottle or get the goose out. It's inviting you to realize there was never a bottle separate from the goose. There was only this, right now, this moment where you stop running and just be. So next time you feel trapped, remember the goose in the bottle. Notice the shape of your own mental bottle. Feel the fluttering wings inside you, the restless part that wants out. And then watch as everything shifts when you stop fighting and start seeing. Freedom, the koan whispers, is not a destination or a dramatic escape. It's a quiet unshackling inside. The bottle remains, but the goose flies anyway. How do you step off a 100-foot pole? You ever spend your whole life climbing toward something, only to get there and realize, now what? That's the question this koan throws in your face. It doesn't come for your beginning. It waits. It watches. It lets you meditate. It lets you grow. It lets you dig your way out of the chaos and confusion and cravings you were drowning in. And when you finally claw your way into peace, when your breath slows, your eyes soften, your mind gets clear, when you start walking around like someone who has actually figured something out, it asks you this. Now that you're standing at the top of the 100-foot pole, how do you step off? It's the question nobody wants to hear. Because climbing feels safe. Struggling feels familiar. Searching feels like progress. But stepping off, that feels like death. Because it's not about losing your grip. It's about letting go of the whole reason you were climbing in the first place. It's about dropping the identity of the climber, the seeker, the one who is becoming more. See, we all start with suffering. Something is wrong. Something is missing. We look around and life feels shallow, loud, pointless. So we start searching, we read, we sit in silence. We break old habits. We try to center ourselves. And slowly, we begin to rise. Higher than the noise. Higher than the crowd. Higher than who we used to be. And we start to think, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the truth. Maybe this is what I've been missing all along. And then the koan shows up like a punch in the soul and asks you if you're ready to lose all of it. Because here's the thing nobody tells you. The top of the pole isn't peace, it's ego. A new ego. A better ego. A spiritual ego. One that looks cleaner, feels smarter, acts calmer. But it's still clinging, it's still afraid, still holding on. You're just gripping a shinier story, and the pole becomes a trap. You don't want to go back down. Not after all this work. You don't want to risk slipping. Not after people started seeing you as grounded, wise, maybe even awakened. So you stand there. Perfect posture. Perfect presence. But deep down, you're frozen. You're scared to move. Because you built your identity around being above it all. But Zen isn't interested in your posture. It's not impressed with your clarity. It wants to know if you're willing to disappear. If you're willing to let go of the last layer of self. Even the spiritual one. Even the one who says, I have seen the truth. Because the moment you start believing you've arrived, that's when you're stuck. Stepping off the pole means surrendering that last bit of control. It means letting go of the need to be someone who gets it. It means falling back into the raw messiness of life without needing to rise above it. And that's terrifying, because it feels like undoing everything you worked for. But in truth, it's the only way to be free. Real freedom isn't elevation. It's contact. Full, open, honest contact with what is. With the dirt and the pain and the beauty and the boredom of life as it actually is. Not as you wish it were. And that kind of freedom doesn't come from climbing. It comes from dropping, from letting go of your grip, from releasing the idea that you need to be more than just this. Just human. Just here. So how do you step off? Not carefully. Not with a parachute. You step with trust, with faith. Not in a belief system. Not in a deity. In something deeper. You trust life. You trust the groundless ground that has always been holding you. You trust that the self you built to survive can now dissolve without killing you. And you take the step. And what happens next is not a fall. It's not a crash. It's emerging. You melt into the moment, into traffic and conversation and quiet and hunger. You stop needing to be enlightened, and you start being real. Not perfect, not powerful, just deeply present. And the crazy part, once you take the step, you realize there never was a pole. You weren't above anything. There was no height, no separation. That whole climb was a dream, a necessary dream, maybe. But a dream nonetheless. You wake up and realize The thing you were looking for was never higher. It was always right here, under your feet, inside your chest, behind your eyes. You were never outside of it. You just believed you were. So this koan, it's not trying to confuse you. It's trying to break the last wall. The invisible one. The one that forms the second you start thinking, I'm awake. Because the moment you believe you are awake, you've made it a thing, a status, a self. And Zen doesn't deal in selves. It deals in silence, stillness, openness. The step isn't about leaving something. It's about returning. Returning to the life you thought you had to transcend. Returning to the sound of dishes clinking. The weight of your body on the bed. The way someone you love breathes when they're half asleep beside you. The real stuff. The ground beneath your called enlightenment. And once you're back in it, you don't need to explain anything. You don't need to teach. You don't need to shine. You just live. Not high above it all, but stitched into it bone by bone. So how do you step off a 100-foot pole? You stop pretending there's a pole. You stop pretending you're someone. You stop pretending there's anywhere else to be but here. And that's when you actually arrive. What is the color of wind? You've felt it 1,000 times but never once caught it. The wind. You hear it in the trees. You feel it on your skin. You watch it bend tall grass and send leaves tumbling down the street. But what is the color of it? That's the question. And not because it has a scientific answer. It doesn't. That's the point. This koan is not trying to confuse you. It's trying to break you open. Because the second you try to answer, to assign a color, a shape, a name, you're no longer touching the wind. You've already lost it. You've replaced the thing itself with a concept. And in that act, you've stepped out of the moment, out of reality. You've gone back into the mind. See, we live most of our lives in interpretation. We don't experience life directly. We experience our version of it. We don't see a face, we see memories, expectations, labels. We don't taste food. We compare it to what it was last time. We don't hear music. We judge it before it even ends. And the wind. It cuts through all of that. Because you can't hold it. You can't store it. You can't even really describe it. But we try. And that's what this koan is showing us. The reflex. The compulsion. The mind's addiction to naming. You say the wind is clear. Or maybe white. Maybe silver, like breath. Maybe blue, like the sky. But none of that is true. It's just a trick, a placeholder. Something your mind throws out so it does not have to sit inside the silence of not knowing. And that right there, that discomfort, is what Zen is pointing at. That tightness in your chest when you can't explain something. That little flicker of panic when your brain reaches out and finds nothing to hold. That moment is sacred, because that is the moment you are closest to the truth. The moment before the label, the moment before the thought. The raw, living thing itself. That is where the real answer lies. So what color is the wind? The real answer is not a color. The real answer is the awareness that asks. The part of you that feels the question echo and does not rush to fill it. The color of wind is the color of direct experience, not seen through the lens of thought, but felt through the skin of the soul. Let me make this even more real. You are standing outside. The air moves. It brushes the back of your neck. The leaves in the trees whisper. A piece of paper lifts and drifts. Your hair tickles your forehead. You are not thinking. You are not analyzing. For a moment, you are just alive. You are the wind. You are the trees. You are the feeling itself. That is it. That is the color. It is not something you look at. It is something you are. But here's the twist. The second you try to explain it to someone, it disappears. You say it felt like peace, like motion, like grace, and suddenly you are outside of it again. You are on the edge, looking in, no longer immersed, just describing, just talking, just pointing, and the wind has moved on. This is the trap. The more we seek understanding in words, the further we get from understanding itself. And this koan slices right through that habit. It forces you to sit in the unknown, not as a problem, but as a gateway. Because the truth is, reality cannot be named. It can only be touched. And if you need to define it, you will never fully live it. And this is not just about wind. This is about everything. About joy, about grief, about love. What is the color of love? What is the shape of death? What is the sound of stillness? These are not riddles. These are mirrors. They show you the limits of language, the limits of thinking, and they invite you into something bigger, deeper, closer. They invite you into the moment itself, not your idea of the moment. The moment. So how do you sit with a question like this? How do you live with it without trying to crush it with an answer? You breathe. You notice the urge to explain. You notice the tension in your mind, the itch to control, to grasp, and you soften. You let the question exist, like wind, moving through you, stirring you, leaving you quiet, awake, present. And here's the beautiful thing. The more you allow yourself to live in the question, the more the need for answers begins to dissolve. Not because you found certainty, but because you no longer need it. You trust the experience itself. You trust the colorless, formless beauty of things as they are. And that trust, that letting go, that is awakening. Not a concept, not a story, a surrender. So next time you feel the wind, stop. Do not name it. Do not measure it. Just feel it. Let it move through you without needing it to be anything more. And in that moment, without even trying, you will know the color of wind. It will not be something you can say. It will not be something you can hold. But it will be the most real thing you have ever known. Can you speak without speaking? Have you ever been in a conversation where words felt like a barrier instead of a bridge? Where you wanted to say something so badly, but nothing seemed enough? Or maybe you found yourself in a moment with someone where silence said more than 1,000 sentences ever could. What if I told you that speaking without speaking is not only possible, but happens all the time? That this is exactly what one of the deepest Zen paradoxes points to. You're probably thinking, how can that even be? Speaking means words, right? How can you speak if you don't open your mouth? But here's the shock. What if speech isn't about the words themselves? What if it's about connection? About presence? About something beyond language altogether? Look around. The way someone looks at you can speak volumes. The way they sit or move can tell you stories no dictionary ever could. When someone's eyes meet yours and everything in the room suddenly feels still, isn't that a kind of speech? When a child laughs without saying a single word and you feel your heart melt, isn't that communication? This is the kind of speaking the koan asks about. The language of presence, of essence, of being fully alive and available without a single syllable. But here's the catch. We have been trained to believe that communication is about talking, about explaining, convincing, telling. We fill silence with noise. We fear moments without words because they feel awkward or empty. Yet those very silences can be the richest conversations we'll ever have if we allow them. They invite us to listen deeper, not just to others, but to ourselves. And that's why the koan shakes us awake. It throws us off balance because it points to something we've forgotten, that there is a realm beyond words where truth lives, that sometimes the most profound messages come not from what is said, but from what is not said, and to speak without speaking means to touch that realm, to let your presence be your language. Imagine sitting with someone who is not trying to impress you or argue a point, but is simply there, fully there, open, steady. In that space, words are unnecessary. You feel understood. You feel seen. You feel safe. You speak without speaking because your very being is saying everything. And this isn't just poetic nonsense. Science shows us how much is communicated through body language, tone, and presence. Studies say that most of our communication is nonverbal. The way your face changes when you hear good news or bad news, the subtle shifts in your breathing, the way your hands move when you are nervous or excited. All of this is speaking, telling stories louder than words ever could. So the koan challenges the very foundation of how we think about communication. It asks, can you let go of the need to control the message? Can you drop the urge to explain, to justify, to win? Can you simply be? Can you open yourself enough to allow silence and presence to speak for you? This is not easy. Our minds are wired to chatter nonstop. We want to fill space. We want to be heard. But the paradox shows that sometimes the best way to be heard is to stop speaking, to surrender the voice of the mind and let the deeper voice rise. That voice is quiet, unspoken, but unmistakable. It's felt, not heard. And this is the real power of speaking without speaking. It dissolves separation. When you speak from presence rather than words, you break down walls. You don't build fences with arguments. You open gates with attention and awareness. You invite connection on a level that language can never reach. Have you ever had a moment when someone looked at you and you just knew without them saying anything that they understood you completely? That moment, that silent speech, is the heart of this koan. But here's the kicker. To reach that place, you must first become comfortable with silence inside yourself. You must learn to listen to the quiet whispers beneath the noise of your thoughts, to recognize that your value does not come from what you say, but from simply being. That presence itself is a kind of speech, a gift you offer the world. This opens the door to a deeper way of relating, not just with others but with life itself, because life doesn't always come wrapped in words. It comes in moments, feelings, gestures, glances. It comes in the pause between breaths and the space between thoughts. And when you learn to speak without speaking, you learn to hear life's language too. And this is where the koan teases us. It does not give a formula. It does not hand you a step-by-step guide. Instead, it invites you to experiment, to dive into silence, to notice how much is said when you stop trying to say anything. It asks you to trust that you already know how to speak without speaking if you can only stop interfering with the signal. So next time you find yourself wanting to say something important, but feeling stuck, try this. Stop talking. Look around. Breathe. Feel your body. Meet the eyes of the person in front of you and just be. Notice what is communicated. Notice what rises in you. Notice how much can be said without a single word. Speaking without speaking is not just a Zen puzzle. It is a practice of presence, a path to authenticity, a way to connect beyond the limits of language. And once you step into that, you realize that words are not the prison we thought they were. They are just one tool among many in the vast, beautiful orchestra of communication. The silence between words is not empty. It is full, full of meaning, full of connection, full of life. And when you learn to speak from that silence, you speak the truest language of all. Does a dog have Buddha nature? You hear the question, and it sounds almost like a joke. Does a dog have Buddha nature? It's so simple, so casual, you might not even take it seriously at first, but then it sticks. It lingers. You think about it again, and again, and that's when it starts to do what Zen koans do best. It unravels you, because this question isn't really about dogs, and it's not asking for your opinion. It's not about whether animals are spiritual or sentient or worthy of love. It's asking something far more dangerous. It's asking whether there is anything at all in existence that does not already contain enlightenment. So you think, well, sure, of course a dog has Buddha nature. Everything does, right? That's the safe answer. That's the comforting one. But that's not what the old Zen master said. When someone asked him this, he said no. Not maybe, not yes, just no. And that shook the entire monastery, because no doesn't make sense. Not to a mind that believes in logic or fairness or spiritual equality. And that's the trap. The moment you try to reason with this koan, it slips away from you. The moment you try to pin it down, it flips the question back on you. You want to know if a dog has Buddha nature. But what you're really being asked is this: what part of you still thinks enlightenment is something to be gained, something to be deserved, something that belongs to humans or saints or statues in temples? Because if you still think that way, you've already missed it. Zen is brutal in its clarity. It's not here to make you feel spiritual. It's here to show you everything you've mistaken for truth. It tears away the robes, the rituals, the beliefs, and leaves you naked in front of a question that refuses to play by your rules. So when the master says no, he's not saying the dog is empty of spirit. He's saying your question is. He's saying stop asking like Buddha nature is some badge you get after passing the test. Stop trying to make sense of it through intellect. Stop pretending you're separate from the thing you're looking for. Because here's what Zen is really pointing to. There is no dog, no Buddha, no nature, no question, no answer. There's only this moment, this awareness. Strip it all down, and you'll see everything else is dressing. You see, we spend so much time trying to become something. We meditate, we read, we chase wisdom like it's a finish line. But Zen says you're already it. Not one day. Not when you've healed. Not when you've figured it all out. Right now, even in your confusion, even in your struggle, that is it. That's Buddha nature. And if a dog can have it, then so can you. But the moment you try to grasp it, it vanishes. Because it's not something you hold. It's what you are before the holding begins. There's a story in Zen. A student asks the master, "What is Buddha?" And the master says, 3 pounds of flax. Just that. Something ordinary. Something meaningless. And yet, it holds everything. The point is not the flax. The point is to jolt the student out of thinking that Buddha is an idea to define. Same thing with this dog. You want an answer. You want to tie it up with a ribbon. But Zen says, the more you want that, the further away you get. You want to know if a dog has Buddha nature. But can you sit with the question and feel the itch? Can you stop needing to solve it? Can you let it dissolve your categories? That's the challenge. Because if Buddha nature is in the dog, then it's also in your anger, in your boredom, in your doubt, not just in your peace or your joy. All of it. And if you see that clearly, then you stop separating yourself from reality. You stop trying to fix or improve or escape. You just see. That's what the koan is asking. Can you stop resisting what already is? Can you stop trying to earn what you've never lost? And when you really can, even just for a moment, the question disappears. The dog disappears. The seeker disappears. And what remains is so simple it can't be named. But it's here. It's always been here. So does a dog have Buddha nature? Ask the question. Let it burn through your thoughts. Let it annoy you. Let it haunt you. Because the moment it stops being a question and becomes a doorway, you'll understand that the answer has been walking beside you this whole time. When you can do nothing, what can you do? Sometimes life traps you in a moment, so still it feels like a thick fog where nothing moves and nothing changes no matter how hard you try. You're stuck, and it feels like there's nothing left to do. You want to push forward, but the path is blocked or invisible. You want to fix things, but every effort feels useless. This question of what can you do when you can do nothing is a Zen paradox that digs deep into that very place we all dread. Helplessness, surrender, the edge of control. We live in a world that worships doing. Action is king. The faster, the better, the more impressive. When things slow down or come to a halt, we panic. We fill silence with noise. We rush to fix the uncomfortable feeling of standing still. But the koan dares you to do something radical. It asks you to stop, to fully embrace that stillness that looks like nothing, but is actually everything. It says, in the place of nothing doing there is the seed of everything possible. It's tempting to think doing nothing means giving up or failure or weakness. But Zen turns that on its head. Doing nothing is not absence. It is fullness. It is the deep ground beneath movement, the space where clarity and wisdom quietly rise when you aren't running away or trying to force your will. When you stop the struggle and sit with the moment exactly as it is, you start to see things differently. The frantic urgency begins to dissolve, and a profound calm takes root. Think about those times when you've felt overwhelmed beyond words, when the world seems too heavy and fast. You try to plan your next move, but your mind feels blank or scattered. You try to force solutions, but they slip through your fingers. The more you push, the more tangled you become. That's the moment the koan points to. The moment to stop fighting and instead breathe into the silence. To stop acting and start being. To do nothing but still be fully alive and awake. Doing nothing in this sense is a form of radical acceptance. Not surrender out of defeat, but surrender out of trust. Trust that you do not have to control everything. Trust that the answers do not always come from pushing harder. Trust that in the space of stillness the real work is happening beneath the surface. That your soul is breathing, your mind is settling, your body is healing. That life itself is flowing even when you don't see it. And this is why the koan is so powerful. It shows you that stillness is not a void but a door. When you stop chasing, when you stop reacting, when you stop trying to bend the world to your will, you open a doorway to something bigger. Something mysterious and alive. The silence is not empty. It's full of possibility, of unseen movement, of change happening quietly, invisibly. This is not some abstract philosophy. It's deeply practical. Because when you stop trying to control everything, you actually start to see what you can control. You start to recognize what really matters. You begin to act from a place of wisdom, not panic. You discover a kind of power that does not depend on effort, but on presence. This kind of doing nothing is actually the most potent action you can take. It breaks the cycle of frantic effort and exhaustion. It invites you into a deeper rhythm with life. The rhythm of flow rather than force. It's like when a river stops struggling against the rocks and instead moves around them smoothly. When you stop resisting reality and flow with it, your path becomes clearer. You might wonder how to practice this in real life. How do you do nothing when everything inside you screams to act? The first step is to notice your reaction to feeling stuck. Notice the panic, the urge to fill the silence, the desperation to fix. Then breathe. Slow down your breath and body. Let go of the tight grip on needing to solve it right now. Give yourself permission to sit in the stillness without judgment. Let your mind rest even if it feels uncomfortable. Trust that this pause is not a failure, but a deep rest that prepares you for what comes next. In that quiet, listen. Listen to your heart. Listen to your body. Listen to the small whispers of intuition that often get drowned out by noise. When you can do nothing outwardly, you can still do plenty inwardly. You can observe without reacting. You can soften instead of harden. You can open instead of close. You can choose presence instead of distraction. And that inner work shifts your whole relationship with life. It changes your story from one of constant struggle to one of grace and acceptance. And this shift ripples out into the world. You become less reactive, more grounded, more patient. You stop pushing and start allowing. You find that sometimes the right action is to wait, to watch, to hold space for things to unfold. This is not passivity, but a powerful kind of presence that creates fertile ground for growth. So what can you do when you can do nothing? You can be still. You can be patient. You can be aware. You can surrender. You can breathe. You can trust the process of life unfolding beyond your control. And in doing that, you do the most important thing of all. You align yourself with reality instead of fighting it. This koan is a reminder that life's toughest moments are not failures to overcome, but invitations to deeper wisdom. When everything outside feels stuck, the true freedom comes from what happens inside, from the spaciousness you create when you do nothing but allow. In that stillness, the next right step always appears. Not because you forced it, but because you opened to it. And that is the paradox and the gift. That doing nothing is actually the most powerful way to do everything. How do you enlighten an enlightened one? You ever have a moment where someone tries to teach you something you already know, but they say it in a way that makes you question whether you really know it at all? It's like someone handing you your own keys, smiling, and saying, "Here, I found these for you." And suddenly you're standing there wondering if you actually lost them or just forgot they were in your hand the whole time. That's the feeling this Zen riddle stirs up. How do you enlighten an enlightened one? What do you give to someone who already has everything they need? What truth can you show to someone who sees through illusion? On the surface, it sounds like nonsense. Enlightenment is supposed to be the end of the road, right? The final click where the puzzle pieces lock into place, and the mind lets go of illusion. Someone who's reached that state, what else could they possibly need? But here's where it gets strange. In Zen, even enlightenment is not the finish line. In fact, clinging to enlightenment can become just another illusion, just another identity, another ego trap dressed in spiritual clothing. And that's where this koan slices right through. Imagine someone sitting at the top of a mountain. They've trained for years, meditated, studied, disciplined their mind until it's quieter than a still pond. They've experienced awakening, the collapse of self, the great realization. But if they sit there, holding on to that moment, guarding it like a trophy, they're stuck again. They've built a new prison made of gold instead of iron. They've become the enlightened one who still needs to be awakened. Because the second you think you've arrived, the journey closes. The second you name yourself awakened, you stop listening. That's what this koan exposes. Enlightenment is not a fixed state. It's not something you own. It's not a badge or a level you unlock like in a video game. It's a constant unfolding, a constant dying and being reborn. Even the Buddha had to keep walking, keep living, keep meeting each moment with fresh eyes. The second he clung to enlightenment, it would no longer be enlightenment. It would be attachment. And here's the kicker. Sometimes it takes another enlightened one to knock the wind out of you. Not to lecture you, not to correct you, but to reflect your blind spot back to you in a way that no one else could. Not by teaching you something new, but by reminding you of what you forgot, that the path never ends, that the moment you settle, you stop seeing clearly. So how do you enlighten an enlightened one? You pull the rug out from under their certainty. You wake them up from their idea of being awake. You shine a light not on their ignorance, but on their confidence. And you do it without arrogance, without words even, sometimes with a laugh, sometimes with a slap, sometimes with silence, sometimes by simply existing as a mirror that exposes their reflection. In Zen, this kind of interaction is sacred. A master might test a student by playing dumb or acting wild, or saying something so illogical it's short, circuits the rational mind. But sometimes roles reverse. The student becomes the mirror. The enlightened teacher sees their own posture, their own stillness, and suddenly, snap, there's a deeper letting go, not of illusion this time, but of identity, of the image of the enlightened one. Because the ego doesn't die once. It dies over and over, and it has an infinite number of masks, even spiritual ones, especially spiritual ones. I meditate every day becomes I am someone who meditates every day becomes I am enlightened because I meditate every day. And just like that, you're asleep again, dreaming of being awake. That's why the question matters. It pokes right into that contradiction. It keeps you from sitting too comfortably in your spiritual conclusions. It keeps you alive, sharp, open. It reminds you that no one graduates from the present moment. No one is ever done with humility. No one ever becomes too wise to be surprised by life. Enlightenment is not the destination. It's the act of constantly waking up to what's right here. Not yesterday's insight. Not last year's clarity. This moment, this breath, this exact experience. So, when someone asks, how do you enlighten an enlightened one, they're not looking for a trick answer. They're inviting you to see that the one who thinks they are enlightened might not be, and the one who doesn't claim it at all just might be walking in it every day. The enlightened one is not immune to illusion. They're just more familiar with the process of letting go. But that process never stops. Because the moment you declare I see clearly, your vision starts to blur again. The moment you say I have arrived, you're already leaving the room. So how do you enlighten an enlightened one? You strip them of that very idea. You remind them that light cannot be possessed. That truth is not a possession. That clarity is a river, not a trophy. That freedom is found not in what you claim, but in what you're willing to release, again and again and again. And maybe the real paradox is this. The enlightened one who can still be enlightened is the only one who actually is. Is the finger pointing at the moon also the moon? You ever notice how we get obsessed with the sign instead of the thing it's pointing to? Like someone tells you about peace and you start obsessing over the word peace. Or someone shows you a spiritual path and you become more devoted to the teacher than the teaching itself. That's what this koan stabs right into. Is the finger pointing at the moon also the moon? On the surface it sounds poetic, kind of beautiful. But if you sit with it long enough, it starts to itch under your skin. Because here's the thing, we confuse symbols for truth all the time. We fall in love with the map and forget it's just paper. We get so wrapped up in the metaphor that we miss the meaning. Someone shows us a glimpse of reality, and instead of looking, we stare at their finger, frozen, as if the gesture is the destination. We mistake the path for the arrival, the menu for the meal, the painting of fire for actual heat. This happens everywhere. In religion, in politics, in relationships, even in how we think about ourselves. We create these ideas, these labels, these doctrines, and then we treat them like they are the thing itself. But a word is not an experience. A belief is not the truth. A finger, no matter how holy, is not the moon. Think about it. Every tradition, every teacher, every book, every practice, all of it is just pointing, trying to direct your gaze toward something beyond language, beyond thought. But we get stuck. We turn the teacher into an idol. We turn the practice into a rule book. We cling to the signpost as if that's where the journey ends. But you were never supposed to stop at the finger. You were supposed to look up, to see what the gesture was trying to show you. And that shift, from looking at the finger to looking at the moon, that's where awakening happens. But here's where it gets tricky. Even the moon is just another metaphor, another pointing device. It's not about the actual moon in the sky. It's about reality, presence, direct experience. The thing you cannot explain, only live. And the moment you try to grab it with words, you're back to pointing again. Back to fingers and ideas and images. The real thing cannot be held. It can only be realized. So now the koan turns back on itself. Is the finger pointing at the moon also the moon? Maybe the finger is part of it. Maybe everything that leads you there is sacred in its own way. But if you mistake it for the destination, you miss the whole point. And that's the paradox. You need the finger to find the moon. But if you cling to the finger, you never see the moon. The very thing that helped you can also trap you. This happens with spiritual language all the time. People get attached to the words. Enlightenment, awakening, non-duality. But they become empty shells if you don't live them. You can say the word moon 1,000 times and never feel its light on your skin. You can memorize every sacred text and still miss the pulse of reality beating in your chest, because real understanding doesn't live in your head. It lives in your bones, in the quiet moments, in the breath between thoughts, in the raw, unfiltered now. Even Zen itself is just a finger, a system of teachings, koans, practices, all designed to circuit your thinking and drop you into direct experience. But the danger is always there. The danger of turning the finger into a statue, of worshiping the form and forgetting the essence. That's why Zen masters are constantly pulling the rug out from under their students. Slapping, shouting, laughing, doing anything to snap them out of the trance, to break the attachment to the finger so they finally look up. And it's not just about spirituality. This happens in love too. We confuse the rituals of love with love itself. The flowers, the gestures, the phrases. They're beautiful. They matter. But they're not love. They're the pointing. Real love happens in the silent presence, in the care that doesn't need words, in the patience, in the way someone looks at you when you're not performing. If you think love is just the finger, you'll miss the moon of real connection. We do it with ourselves too. We think our personality is who we are, our job title, our history, our trauma, our accomplishments, all fingers, all pointing. But none of it is the real you. The real you is the awareness behind it, the watcher, the stillness that notices, the self that cannot be put into words. And if you stare too long at the mask, you forget who's wearing it. So what do? You keep looking past the finger. You honor it, sure. You thank it, but you don't stop there. You let it lead you to the experience itself, to the unfiltered, unlabeled, indescribable truth of being alive. And every time you catch yourself gripping a belief too tightly, you loosen. You ask, is this the moon or just another finger? That question, it keeps you honest, keeps you awake, keeps you from building your house on someone else's gesture. You start to recognize when you're clinging to language instead of living the meaning. You start to value presence over performance. You start to feel the light instead of talking about it. And maybe the final twist is this. The finger and the moon were never separate. Maybe they're two aspects of the same thing. Form and emptiness. Map and territory. Maybe every pointer contains the whole sky if you can see through it. But you have to look. Really look. Not with your eyes, but with your being. Because the moment you stop at the finger, you shrink. You reduce life to symbols and names. But when you lift your gaze and feel the mystery, you expand. You step into something wordless, something vast, something true. And that is when you finally see the moon. What is the shape of the formless? Try this. Close your eyes and imagine the shape of your own awareness. Not your body, not your thoughts. Just the awareness behind all of it. What does that look like? Where does it begin? Where does it end? You can't quite place it, can you? It's there, totally present, always watching. But it has no edges, no form, no center. And yet, it's more real than anything you can point to. That's the space this cone cracks wide open. What is the shape of the formless? It sounds impossible. Like asking someone to draw silence, to photograph the wind. But we chase it anyway. We try to wrap the infinite into shapes we can hold. We carve statues of gods. We design rituals. We write volumes trying to describe what cannot be spoken. Because deep down we want to see it. We want to know it. Not as a theory, not as a belief, but as something we can feel in our skin. And that hunger, that craving for the shape of the formless, it's what keeps us searching, questioning, pushing past the surface of things. But here's the shocker. The moment you try to define the formless, you've already missed it. Because the act of defining, that's a form. It's a boundary, a shape. And the formless is not something you can trap inside a frame. It's not an object among other objects. It's not a thing you can find. It's the space everything is happening in. It's the silence under the noise, the stillness under the movement. The canvas, not the painting. In Zen, this isn't just wordplay. It's a direct confrontation with how our minds work. We love categories. We love edges. We love saying this is this and that is that. But reality doesn't always cooperate with those boundaries. The more closely you look, the more things dissolve. A thought disappears the second you try to pin it down. An emotion changes the moment you name it. Even your sense of self, that story of who you are, it flickers like a candle flame, constantly shifting with memory and mood and circumstance. So what is the shape of the formless? Maybe it's not a question to be answered, but a doorway to be stepped through. It's an invitation to let go of needing everything to fit inside your mental boxes. It's a crack in the wall where your ideas start to fall apart. And that collapse, that beautiful, terrifying collapse, is where freedom begins. Think of water. Pour it into a glass, it becomes the glass. Spill it on the ground, it becomes a puddle. Let it rise as steam, and it becomes invisible. But it never stops being water. That's the formless. It adapts. It moves. It has no shape of its own, but it expresses through all shapes. Your awareness is like that. It takes the shape of whatever you focus on. A thought, a sensation, a sound. But it isn't limited by any of them. This is why some Zen masters sit in silence for years. Not because silence is holy, but because it clears the clutter. It strips away the noise of form so you can feel the formless behind it. But the formless isn't just found in stillness. It's also in the chaos. The crowded subway, the screaming child, the grief, the ecstasy, the confusion. It's all happening inside the same boundless field. The shape of the formless is everything you've ever seen, and nothing you can hold. And here's the part that turns your brain inside out. You are not separate from it. You are not standing outside of the formless, looking in. You are the formless, looking through a temporary window of form. This body, this voice, this story you call you, it's just a lens, a momentary expression of something much larger. And when that window closes, the formless doesn't disappear. It remains. Not as a memory, not as a soul floating off into the clouds, but as the field itself, pure being, beyond being. We don't like that kind of answer, though. We want something concrete, a shape, a definition. But the formless doesn't care what we want. It keeps slipping through our fingers, reminding us that truth isn't something you hold. It's something you fall into, something you remember in flashes, in silence, in moments where the world stops making sense and suddenly makes perfect sense all at once. So what do you do with this paradox? You live it. You stop trying to pin it down and start paying attention. You notice the way a sunset doesn't have a shape, but it hits you in the chest like a memory you never had. You feel how music can move you even though it's just vibration in the air. You listen to the space between words. You look at the stillness behind your thoughts. You start to see the formless peeking through everything, not as some mystical concept, but as the thing that's always been here. And in that seeing, something shifts. You stop needing answers. You stop needing everything to make sense. You stop looking for the shape of truth and start letting truth shape you. You stop trying to hold the formless and start letting it hold you. The paradox dissolves, the question melts, and all that's left is presence. Real, raw, alive. Maybe the shape of the formless is the space you're standing in right now. Maybe it's this moment. Unfiltered, unnamed. Maybe it's not something to solve. Maybe it's something to feel. And maybe, just maybe, the shape of the formless is whatever shape you take when you forget to be anything at all. What happens when you chase your own mind? You ever try to grab smoke? You reach out and it just slips through your fingers. No matter how fast you move, no matter how tight you squeeze, there's nothing solid to catch. That's what chasing your own mind feels like. At first it seems like a reasonable thing to do. You think if you just dig deep enough, figure yourself out, tame the chaos, get all your thoughts lined up in a neat little row, then maybe you'll finally feel at peace. But instead, what you find is this endless loop. The faster you run, the faster your mind runs too, like a dog chasing its own tail. You think you're making progress. You think, if I just understand myself more, if I analyze why I am the way I am, if I solve every past experience like a math equation, maybe I'll get ahead of it. But you never do, because your mind is not a problem to be solved. It's not a puzzle with a final answer. It's a mirror, reflecting whatever you point it at, and the moment you try to catch it, it's already one step ahead, morphing, reacting, spinning new stories to keep you chasing. Here's where the shock comes in. The mind doesn't want to be caught. It doesn't want to be still. It survives by movement. It creates identity by running. If it ever stops, it has to face something terrifying: silence. Not the silence of a quiet room, the silence of no control. The silence where nothing needs to be fixed, where nothing is missing, where you realize the thing you've been running from is nothing, just this, just now. And for the mind, that kind of stillness feels like death. So it keeps you busy, thought after thought after thought, planning, regretting, replaying conversations from 3 years ago, obsessing over the future, distracting you with imaginary problems so you don't have to sit with the real ones. And the moment you try to outrun it, to get ahead of the loop, it just runs faster. It's like chasing your own shadow. The harder you push, the more it sticks to your heels. And yet, that's how most of us live. Chasing clarity, chasing control, chasing a better version of ourselves, thinking it's just around the corner, if we can think hard enough, achieve enough, become enough. But here's what no one tells you. The more you chase your mind, the more you become its prisoner. The more you try to fix yourself with thought, the more tangled you get in thought. It's like trying to smooth out water by slapping it with your hand. So what do you do instead? You stop chasing, not because you give up, but because you realize the chase was never the way out. You stop believing every thought as if it's gospel. You stop treating every mental itch like it needs to be scratched. You step back. You watch. You let the mind run its game without needing to play along. And when you do that, when you let the thought be just a thought, something strange happens. You find yourself in a space behind the mind. Not dissociated, not numb, just aware. Like watching clouds float by without needing to change the weather. You start to see that the mind is just noise layered on top of something much quieter. And that quieter space, that's where you actually live. That's where you've always been. This isn't about becoming thoughtless. It's not about shutting your mind down or pretending to be some enlightened robot. It's about seeing the difference between thinking and being, between compulsive mental loops and real clarity. Because true insight doesn't come from chasing thoughts. It comes when the thoughts settle and something deeper emerges. A knowing that isn't made of words. There's a reason Zen monks stare at walls for hours, sit in silence, sweep floors as meditation. They're not escaping the mind. They're dropping below it, watching it rise and fall without getting dragged around by it. And in that stillness, they begin to see. The mind is like a monkey jumping from branch to branch, never satisfied, always restless. But you are not the monkey. You're the sky it jumps through. That realization doesn't come from reading. It comes from stopping the chase, from daring to be still in a world that tells you to always be doing, from sitting with the discomfort of not knowing and letting that be okay. Because beneath all the noise, all the questions, all the trying, there's just awareness, and it's not in a rush. It doesn't need to go anywhere. It just is. And here's where it flips on you. Once you stop chasing the mind, it starts to change, not because you forced it to, but because you stopped feeding the fire. The thoughts slow down. The anxiety softens. The questions lose their grip, not because you solved anything, but because you no longer believed you had to. You realize the mind was never the enemy. It was just scared, just spinning, just trying to protect you in the only way it knew how, with noise. And once you see that, you can have a different relationship with it. One based on compassion, not control. You can thank it for trying to help, then gently step away from the chase. You stop being the dog running in circles, and you become the quiet center that watches the spinning and does not need to spin. So what happens when you chase your own mind? You run in circles. You get tired. You suffer. But what happens when you stop? You wake up. You come home to the present. You find a stillness that was never missing, only covered up. And from that stillness, something deeper speaks, not in words, not in logic, just in presence, in clarity, in peace. That's the invitation of the koan, not to answer the question, but to stop asking it, not to fix the mind, but to witness it. And in that witnessing, discover you were never lost. You were never broken. You were just busy chasing smoke, not realizing the fire was already out. Who is asking the question right now? Let's slow this down for a second. You're listening to this voice. You're thinking about what it's saying. But pause for just a moment and turn inward. Who is actually listening? Who is behind the thoughts? Who is hearing these words? Who is asking the question right now? See, this isn't about philosophy. This isn't about some clever mental trick. This is the heart of it. This is the one question that Zen throws at your whole identity and dares you to answer without reaching for your usual story. Because what usually happens is you go, well, it's me. I am asking the question. But if you really look at that response, it starts to fall apart. Who is that me you're talking about? Your name. That's just a label. Your body. That's just a collection of cells constantly changing. Your memories. They flicker in and out and change over time. Your thoughts. You didn't choose them. They just appear. So who is actually asking the question? We think we are the thinker. But what if the thinker is just another thought? What if the self we keep referring to is just an echo bouncing around in our mind, so convincing, so persistent that we mistake it for something real? And if that's true, then who is behind even that? This is the shock Zen wants to land right in your gut, that maybe you are not who you think you are. Not a name, not a story, not even a voice inside your head. You're something deeper. Something you can't point to. Something that can't be reduced. You are the awareness of all of it. The observer. The one who notices thought. The one who watches emotion. The one who hears the question and feels the need to answer, but is not the answer. Now, let that sit for a moment. Because this isn't just a riddle. This hits the most basic assumption we carry every single day, that we are a person with a mind asking questions, looking for truth. But when you sit still long enough and let that assumption unravel, something wild happens. The question turns back on itself, like a snake eating its own tail. Who is asking? You look, and what do you find? Not a person, not an identity, just space, just awareness. And in that moment everything shifts. That silence, that's not a lack of answer. That is the answer. Not a concept, not a conclusion, just presence. And it's terrifying at first, because we want something to hold. We want to know who we are, what we're doing, where this all goes. But this question pulls the rug out from under all of it. It says, what if the one asking is just a passing wave? What if you are the ocean underneath? See, this question, who is asking the question right now? It's like a mirror with no reflection. You stare into it hoping to see your face, and instead it reflects nothing. Just empty space. But that empty space, it's alive. It's not void. It's not absence. It's pure potential. It's everything before it becomes anything. And that's you. Not your image. Not your role. But the formless awareness behind all of it. We spend so much time building our identity. We say, this is who I am. I'm this kind of person. I believe this. I think that. And then a single moment of silence breaks through, and we realize that identity was never solid. It was always shifting, always adapting, always performing. But the witness, the presence behind the mask, that never changed. It's been here since before the thoughts began. And here's where it gets weird. When you start seeing from that place, that space behind the questions, the need to answer fades. Not because you gave up, but because you see there's nothing to solve. The question was never meant to be answered with words. It was meant to dissolve the asker, not destroy the ego, not reject the mind, but gently show it that it was never driving the car to begin with. So next time you catch yourself mid-thought, worried, planning, overthinking, stop, pause, and drop the question. Who is aware of this? Not why, not how, just who. And if your mind starts trying to answer, smile. It will, it always does. It will throw answers at you. I am, me, your name, your job, your trauma. But those are just echoes. Watch them pass. Stay with the silence underneath. And then it clicks. That quiet watcher, that presence behind the noise, has no name. It doesn't need one. It never needed one, because it was never trying to be someone. It was just being. It is just being, right now, through you, as you. This is what Zen is really pointing to. Not some perfect enlightened state, not some mystical revelation, but this simple, ungraspable truth, that the one looking for the answer is already the answer. That the space where the question arises is the very presence you've been looking for. So who is asking the question right now? The moment you try to speak it, it vanishes. The moment you try to own it, it slips away. But if you stop trying, stop chasing, stop needing an answer, you'll feel it. A stillness, a presence, a quiet aliveness. That is you, and not you, and everything. And maybe that's enough. Can the eye see itself? Try this right now. Look around the room. Look at your hand. Look at the wall. Look at your phone. Now try to look at your own eye. Without a mirror, you can't. It doesn't matter how hard you try. The eye can see everything around it, but it can never turn inward on itself. And that right there, that's the koan. That's the riddle Zen throws in your lap and walks away. Can the eye see itself? Sounds simple, but it burns through every assumption we make about perception, self-awareness, truth, because it's not just about your eye. It's about the thing you call you, your sense of being, your awareness. You believe you're self-aware. You think you know who you are. But Zen asks, who is doing the knowing? What is the source of your seeing? Here's the twist. The more you try to find it, the more it slips away. Like trying to bite your own teeth. You can talk about it, you can point toward it, but you can't grab it. You can't objectify it. Because it's the subject. It's the thing doing the looking. And anything that does the looking cannot be looked at directly. Not through thought. Not through language. Not through logic. That's the shock most people aren't ready for. that there might be something real inside you that you will never be able to see. Not because it's hidden, but because it's too close. Closer than your breath. Closer than your heartbeat. It is you. Not the you think about. Not the identity you've built, but the pure awareness behind all of it. And awareness can never become an object. It just is. It's like light. Light can illuminate everything in the room, but you never actually see light itself. You only see what it touches. Your awareness is the same. You don't see awareness. You see what it illuminates. Your thoughts, your feelings, the world. But what is awareness itself? Try to find it. You can't. The moment you try, you're using awareness to look for awareness, like the eye trying to look at itself. It creates an infinite loop, a mirror inside a mirror inside a mirror. And still we keep trying. We try to define the self. We journal about it, analyze it, label it. We say, I am this kind of person. I am introverted. I am broken. I am spiritual. I am lost. But all those words are just ideas, just reflections, not the real thing. Because the self you describe is already a moment too late. The real self is gone by the time you try to name it. So Zen doesn't ask you to define yourself. It asks you to stop. Stop chasing. Stop describing. Stop pretending you can fit something infinite into a box. It says look at the looking, not with effort, not with strain, but with a kind of quiet curiosity, a surrender, because when the eye gives up trying to see itself, something else is revealed. Stillness, not silence like quiet, silence like depth, like the thing underneath all your thoughts. That is what Zen is pointing to. Not a better version of yourself. Not a smarter, more spiritual identity, but that deep still presence that never changes, that never comes and goes. The part of you that was there when you were 5 and will be there on your final breath. The eye that sees but is never seen. But we're not used to that kind of perception. We're used to identifying with content. I am my thoughts. I am my emotions. I am my pain. But those are just ripples on the surface. The eye is the still water underneath. And no matter how many waves you chase, you'll never find peace in the movement. You find it when you drop underneath. This doesn't mean you have to reject your humanity. This isn't about detaching from life. It's the opposite. It's about seeing through the illusion that you are only what you can see. And in that seeing, you become more alive. You notice more. You stop judging every thought. You stop labeling every emotion. You stop trying to perform for some imaginary inner audience. You become the watcher. Not cold, not distant, just clear, just awake. And from that place, something strange happens. You stop needing to answer the question, can the eye see itself? Maybe not. But does it need to? Maybe it's enough to simply see. To be. To rest as the awareness behind the question. Not struggling to prove or explain, but just experiencing life directly. No middleman, no story. Just this. Think about this. When you look in a mirror, you see your face. But do you see the one who is seeing? You recognize an image, but the one doing the recognizing is invisible. Always has been. Always will be. It doesn't cast a shadow. It doesn't leave a trace. But it's the most real thing there is. That's the beauty and the terror of the koan. It removes all your usual handles. It leaves you nowhere to stand. It doesn't give you an answer. It erases the one who asked. And what's left is something you can't speak about. Only feel. Only live. Only rest in. So here's the invitation. Stop trying to see the eye. Start trusting the seeing. Drop into that space behind the thoughts. Not forever. Just for a breath. And in that space, maybe, just maybe, you'll sense it. that quiet aliveness, that presence without a name, and maybe you'll realize it's been seeing the whole time. What remains when you remove all meaning? So imagine this. Everything you know, everything you think you understand, strip it away. Not just the deep stuff like religion or purpose or morality, but even the tiny everyday things. This cup in your hand. Don't call it a cup. That ringing in your ears. Don't call it sound. That feeling you get in your chest when you think too hard about nothing. Don't call it fear. Don't label it. Don't analyze it. Don't explain it. Just take it all off, like layers of paint being peeled from a canvas. Now here's the punch. When you do that, when you rip away every single meaning you've attached to your experience, what are you left with? Most people think it would feel like nothing. Like emptiness in the sad, cold, black hole kind of way. But no, not quite. Because what actually shows up is something way weirder, a kind of presence, raw, unfiltered, not dressed up in language or categories. Just pure experience, pure isness, not even peace, not even stillness, just this. And Zen absolutely loves this question. What remains when you remove all meaning? It doesn't hand you an answer. It lets you sit in it, burn in it. Because the moment you try to answer, guess what? You're already adding meaning again. Your mind is trying to decorate the room again, trying to give the void a name so it feels safer. But this riddle, it doesn't care about safe. It's not here to make you feel better. It's here to crack your entire identity open. We are meaning-making machines. That's what the human brain does. We see two dots and a line, and we see a face. We hear thunder and think of gods. We fall in love and think it's destiny. It's instinctual. It's how we survive. We impose stories on chaos. But the stories aren't the thing. They are comfort. They are scaffolding. Useful, sure, but never the structure itself. And when those stories collapse, whether from heartbreak, trauma, silence, psychedelics, grief, or just a long night staring at the ceiling, you hit the edge, the moment where language gives up, where meaning stops cooperating. That's where Zen is waiting for you. That's the shock. Because without meaning, most people panic. They feel lost, disoriented, like a ship cut loose from the shore, and they scramble to rebuild the narrative as fast as possible. They reach for a belief, a label, a reason, anything to stop the spinning. But if, and this is rare, if you just pause, if you stop chasing the next label and just sit inside that strange spaciousness, something opens up. Not in a dramatic Hollywood kind of way, not some cosmic revelation. It's more like the noise stops, the echo fades, and all you hear is the hum of the present moment. That's it. This moment is still happening, even when you're not calling it anything. The wind doesn't need you to call it wind. Your breath keeps rising and falling whether or not you name it breathing. Reality just continues. Unnamed, unfiltered. It doesn't depend on your narrative to exist. And this terrifies the part of us that wants to matter. That wants to be someone. That wants to leave a mark, or have a purpose, or be understood. Because when you remove all meaning, there's no pedestal to stand on, no special insight to hold on to. Just the naked now, the uncaptioned world. But here's where the validation kicks in. That moment, the raw now, is not your enemy. It's not nothing. It's actually the clearest, most vivid experience you can have. It's not hollow. It's full, but in a different way. Full of sensation. Full of awareness. Full of what actually is, not what you think should be. And in that space, meaning might start to return. But it's not the old meaning. It's not borrowed from parents, schools, religion, or self-help books. It's quiet, personal, fluid, maybe not even meaning at all, but something softer. Appreciation, curiosity, aliveness. Zen never asks you to destroy meaning permanently. It just asks you to see that it's optional. That it's a tool, not a truth. That you can loosen your grip on it without disappearing. That may be the person you think you are. That whole story is just that, a story. And you're allowed to put the book down. That's why koans like this one don't answer anything. They don't resolve. They press you into the space where meaning used to be, and they don't let you escape through logic. They don't want your cleverness. They want your surrender. They want you to feel what's there when there's nothing left to define or defend. So what remains? The smell of rain, the sensation of your fingers touching each other, a dog barking 2 streets away, the slow pulse behind your ears. These are not answers. They're reminders that this life is not a puzzle to solve, but a moment to experience, that you don't have to know what it all means in order to live it fully. You just have to be here, with all of it, without dressing it up. So if you're ever in that space, the void, the stillness, the wordless confusion, try something radical. Do nothing. Let it stay meaningless. Not forever. Just long enough to see what it actually is. You might find that what's left is not lack, not emptiness, but presence, awareness, a kind of clarity that doesn't need to explain itself to exist. And maybe, just maybe, that's what was waiting underneath all that meaning all along. How can you know the unknowable? You ever have that feeling like something huge is just out of reach? Like there's this massive truth hanging right outside your field of view. Not hidden exactly, but also not available to grab. That's the unknowable. It's not a puzzle to solve. It's a boundary you feel in your bones. And it begs the question, how the hell do you know something that, by definition, cannot be known? This isn't just poetic confusion. This is foundational. Because the unknowable sits right at the center of everything that matters. Who you are, why you're here, what anything even is. And Zen doesn't try to wrap it up in a pretty bow. It doesn't give you a step-by-step answer. It gives you silence. It gives you paradox. And then it waits to see if you're ready to break. See, we've been trained to think knowing is power. That to name something is to understand it. Science does this. Religion does this. Therapy does this. They all have different names for the same stuff. Self, soul, energy, trauma, the divine. But in the end, it's all trying to pull the unknowable into language, to shrink infinity into a definition, and that works, kind of, until it doesn't. Until you hit the wall, until you sit alone in the dark, not knowing what's real, and all your labels fall off. And that moment, that's sacred. That's the space Zen wants you in, not to humiliate you, not to confuse you, but to clear the floor, to strip the room bare, so that maybe, just maybe, you can see what's been behind the furniture this whole time. Because here was the part nobody tells you. You've already touched the unknowable. You just didn't call it that. You felt it when you were lost in a sunset, or in the middle of a song that stopped your breath, or the first time you looked into someone's eyes and forgot your name. That moment where the world got big and quiet and impossible to explain. That was it. That was a direct hit. But your mind didn't like that. It couldn't file it away. So it tried to label it. Beauty, love, meaning, whatever. And in doing that, it kind of ruined it. Like throwing glitter on something already glowing. the knowing chased away the actual experience, Zen says stop. Just stop. Sit inside that feeling of mystery. Let it hang. Let it ache. Don't fill it with words. Let the unknowable stay wild. But of course, that's terrifying. We're addicted to control, to certainty. We need to know what's happening, who we are, where it's all going. Not knowing feels like dying. And maybe that's exactly what has to happen. Not literal death, but ego death. The version of you that thinks it's in charge. That little voice that narrates and judges and plans. That voice can't know the unknowable because it's part of the illusion, so it panics. It fights back. It scrambles to fill the silence. And Zen just keeps watching, patient, waiting for you to stop punching the ocean. Eventually, if you stay long enough in the not knowing, something shifts. It's not that you figure it out. It's more like you forget the need to figure it out. You start to live inside the question, instead of racing toward an answer. And weirdly, that's when things start making sense. Not in a logical way, but in a lived way. You start to see that not everything needs to be explained to be real. Some things are real precisely because they can't be explained. Like love, like consciousness. Like the feeling of looking up at the stars and realizing you're both completely insignificant and somehow part of everything. That's not a riddle. That's reality unfiltered. And it doesn't need your permission to be true. So how do you know the unknowable? You stop trying to pin it down. You start letting it be. You let go of the idea that you have to conquer it. And you begin to trust that your deepest insights won't come through words. They'll come through silence, through stillness, through moments when your guard drops and something ancient in you wakes up. That's what Zen practice is really about. It's not about gaining new knowledge. It's about dissolving the fake knowing, peeling away the layers of mental noise until all that's left is presence, just being, just now. And here's the trick most people miss. You're not supposed to stay there forever. You're not meant to live in a constant state of cosmic confusion. What happens is, after enough time in that deep not knowing, you return. But differently. Softer, wiser, less certain, maybe, but more alive. You still use language. You still play the game of life. But you know it's a game. You know the names are not the things. You know the map is not the territory. And that knowledge, or maybe it's more like unknowledge, that's what lets you move through the world with a kind of quiet power. Because you're no longer trying to dominate reality. You're dancing with it. You're listening to the silence underneath the noise. And you're okay not having the last word. The unknowable isn't out there waiting to be captured. It's in here, closer than breath. It's the part of you that existed before you learned your name. The part that doesn't need proof to feel awe. The part that knows, not with the mind, but with the whole being. So maybe the real answer isn't an answer at all. Maybe it's an invitation to step down, to shut up, and to listen, not with your ears, not even with your thoughts, but with something deeper, something still, something wordless. And maybe that's how you begin to know the unknowable, not by chasing it, but by becoming quiet enough to let it reveal itself. What is heard in utter silence? Have you ever sat in a room so quiet it almost scared you? Not peaceful quiet, not cozy silence, but something deeper. A kind of stillness that starts pressing against your skin, like the air itself is holding its breath. At first, it's relaxing. But then, if you really stay in it, it turns into something else. Like your ears are stretching for something. anything. And then you ask yourself, what the hell is even there to hear in utter silence? Here's where it gets weird. Because if you stay long enough, you do start to hear something. Not with your ears, with something else. You start to notice the buzz under the stillness, the hum inside the quiet. It's not coming from outside. It's coming from within. But it's not a voice, not a sound, not even a thought. It's a kind of awareness, a pulse of presence. Zen doesn't call this poetic. Zen says that's the moment things get real. Because in that silence, stripped of noise and distraction, you're left with only one thing: direct experience. And in that raw space, something surfaces, you. But not the thinking you. Not the narrative you. Not the version of you who checks the time and scrolls the feed. This is a version that's so quiet it's almost invisible. But somehow, you feel it more than ever. So, what is heard in utter silence? Maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe it's not about hearing anything at all. Maybe silence itself is not empty. Maybe it's full. So full that your normal senses don't know what to do with it, because they're trained for noise, for edges, for things to grab onto. But silence doesn't offer you handles. It's not trying to be understood. It's just there. Immense. Undeniable. And that's what makes it sacred. See, silence has a way of holding you hostage. The longer you stay in it, the more it reveals. And it's not always pleasant, because silence doesn't just bring you peace. It brings you face to face with yourself. Every uncomfortable emotion, every anxious pattern, every piece of identity you've been hiding behind, silence drags it into the light. Not to punish you, but to wake you up. And at some point, if you're willing to stay with it, something strange happens. The silence starts to change shape. It goes from being this flat, heavy nothing to something alive. A kind of soundless presence, a spaciousness. A field you're floating in, and suddenly you're not alone in the silence. You're not even in it. You are it. That's when you realize silence isn't the absence of sound. It's the presence of depth, and what you hear inside it is not a sound at all. It's awareness itself. It's not what silence says. It's what it reveals. Because in the absence of distraction, you start to see clearly, not with your eyes, with something older, something truer. And if you let yourself drop even deeper, you notice something almost laughable. All you're chasing, for truth, for peace, for answers, all of it has been running away from this, from the silence, from the stillness that contains everything you were trying to find. The noise of your life, the opinions, the debates, the facts, the knowledge, all of it becomes like leaves blowing across the surface of a deep ocean. Pretty, distracting, but ultimately irrelevant to the depth beneath. That's why monks sit for hours, days, years. That's why they give up distractions and comforts. Not to suffer, not to be holy, but to hear, to really hear, not voices, not gods, not revelations. Just the hum of existence vibrating inside a moment so quiet, it erases time. And you don't need a monastery for this. You could find it on a long walk with no phone, in a hot bath with the lights off, in the middle of the night when everyone else is asleep. The silence is already there. It's always there. You're the one making the noise. You're the one afraid of what silence might show you. But maybe that fear is the door. Maybe walking through that fear, staying with the discomfort, breathing through the quiet. Maybe that's what wakes up the part of you that's been waiting to be heard all along. So, what is heard in utter silence? You, the real you, the one underneath the thoughts and the commentary, the one that doesn't have a voice but still speaks, Not in sentences, not in words, in feeling, in presence, in being. And once you hear that, once you feel that, something changes. The noise of the world doesn't own you anymore. It's still there, but it's background. Like a radio playing in another room, because you've heard something more true, more still, more real than anything a headline or opinion or a belief system could ever offer. And you'll crave it. You'll start looking forward to the quiet, not as escape, but as return, like coming home to something ancient, something sacred, something that never needed to be said to be understood. That's the paradox. In utter silence, nothing is said, and everything is heard. If there's no path, where do you walk? Imagine waking up in the middle of a forest. No trail, no map, no signposts, just trees, thick, endless. And the weirdest part, you don't even remember how you got there. All you know is you're standing. You're breathing. And every direction looks the same. This is where the question hits you. If there's no path, where the hell do you walk? And this is not just a camping metaphor. This is life. Because whether you're 17 or 70, there comes a moment, maybe multiple, when every step forward feels like stepping into fog. The rules don't apply. The plans don't work. The system doesn't deliver what it promised. And you're left standing in the forest of your own life thinking, now what? We've been trained since birth to look for the path. Pick a major. Get the job. Climb the ladder. Buy the house. Find the partner. Meditate, hustle. Heal. Whatever. But always follow something. Something pre-built. Something proven. Something with signs that say you're doing it right. And then Zen comes along and nukes the whole idea. It asks you, if there's no path, where do you walk? And it's not being cute. It's not trying to trick you. It's trying to pull the floor out from under your mind, to force you to see that you've been walking someone else's line this whole time. Maybe even one you drew yourself, but out of fear, not freedom. So when the path disappears, it feels like death, and in a way it is. The death of certainty, the death of identity, the death of that quiet belief that if you just try hard enough, it'll all make sense. And yet, that's the moment something new can actually begin. Not because a new path suddenly appears, glowing with clarity, but because you start to realize maybe the path was never out there. Maybe the path is wherever your foot lands. But here's the shocker. That realization doesn't feel freeing right away. It feels terrifying, because now you can't blame anyone. You can't say the map was wrong or the signs were bad. You have to own every step. You have to move without knowing, and most of us aren't built for that. We crave structure. We want guarantees. But Zen doesn't do guarantees. Zen does presence. And when you stop looking for the path and start just being where you are, something wild happens. You start to notice things. The crunch of leaves, the pattern of light, the weight of your own breath. And for a moment, just a moment, that becomes enough. You're no longer walking towards something. You're just walking. That's not passive. That's not lazy. That's aliveness. That's attention so pure, it doesn't need a goal to justify itself. See, most of us don't actually want freedom. We want permission. We want someone to say, yes, this is the right way. Yes, you're on track. But real freedom, the kind Zen points at, doesn't give you that. It gives you space and silence and the unbearable responsibility of choice. That's what no path means. It means nobody's coming to tell you what matters. Nobody's showing up to rank your progress. You have to choose meaning. You have to invent direction. And you have to be okay with the fact that there is no ultimate prize at the end. Just this moment, then the next, then the next. But let's get real. That kind of radical freedom isn't all sunshine. It's messy, it's lonely, and sometimes it breaks you open. Because in the silence of pathlessness, all the noise in your head gets louder. The doubts, the comparisons, the fear that you're wasting time, that you're falling behind, that everyone else knows something you don't. But the truth is, most people are pretending. Most people are following paths they never chose. And deep down, they know it. They're scared to stop moving, because if they stop, the silence might eat them alive. Zen dares you to stop, to stand still in the forest, to feel the panic, and then, and only then, to move. Not because someone told you, not because you're chasing anything, but because movement itself is sacred. Because walking without a path isn't wandering, it's living. And here's where it gets subtle. The moment you fully accept that there's no path, no right direction, no perfect next step, something begins to shift. You stop waiting for the map. You stop needing the signs, and you start listening. Not with your ears, with your being. And in that listening, a kind of path emerges. Not ahead of you, under you, as you walk. It's not a path you follow. It's a path you create. Every step you take, every moment you engage fully, lays a new stone. Not one that others will necessarily follow. Not one that makes you famous or wise or enlightened. But one that feels honest, one that feels alive. And if someone asked you where that path leads, you'd have no answer. Because it doesn't lead anywhere. It just continues. It unfolds. It evolves as you do. There's a kind of beauty in that, a kind of deep trust. Not in the world, not in fate, in yourself, in your capacity to meet each moment without a script, to step into fog with your eyes open, and to say, even if I do not know where I am going anyway. That is the Zen answer to the question. If there is no path, where do you walk? Right here, right now, step by step. Nowhere to go, nothing to prove. Just the rhythm of your own feet writing a story only you will ever fully understand. Can you find the end of a circle? The circle. Think about it. No start, no end, just this perfect loop that goes on forever. When you try to find the end of a circle, you're caught in a paradox. You chase the line, but every time you think you've reached the finish, you realize you're right back where you started. It's maddening but fascinating because it breaks everything you expect about how things should be. We live in a world that loves beginnings and endings. Stories have them, movies have them, your days have them, even your worries come with an expiration date. But the circle challenges that whole idea. It asks you to consider something radicals. What if the end doesn't exist? What if your obsession with reaching a conclusion is missing the point entirely? Imagine walking along the edge of a giant circle. You keep moving forward, but the path curves beneath your feet, circling around endlessly. Every step looks the same as the one before it. No signs say you're close to finishing. No milestones mark progress. It's just continuous movement, forever. This can feel unsettling because we're hardwired to want closure, to know that we're making progress toward something. So when the circle offers no end, no closure, it forces you to sit with uncertainty. That's the shock of the koan. It pulls the rug out from your need for neat endings. It says you might never finish what you started, and that's okay. But the real twist is what happens when you stop trying to find the end. When you stop racing toward some invisible finish line, the circle transforms. It stops feeling like a trap and starts feeling like freedom, because the circle is whole, perfect in its endlessness. It's a reminder that maybe life is less about crossing lines and more about moving within them. Think about your own life. How often do you rush toward the next goal, the next achievement, the next thing that promises meaning? How often do you feel frustrated because you haven't arrived yet, like something's missing, like the story isn't over? This koan asks you to pause and ask, what if there is no end? What if the entire journey is the destination? Once you embrace that idea, something shifts inside you. The pressure to complete, to finish, to conquer starts to melt away. You begin to find joy in the turning itself. The everyday moments, the mundane steps, the rhythm of life that never really stops. The circle becomes a dance instead of a trap. And here's the beautiful paradox: while the circle has no end, it also has no beginning. You are not starting from scratch. You are part of something eternal. The loops you walk have been walked before and will be walked again. That doesn't mean you're stuck in some meaningless cycle. It means you're connected to a larger whole. You belong to the infinite. Now, this might sound like a cosmic consolation prize, but it's more than that. It's a radical invitation to live differently, to let go of your obsession with results and rest in the flow of being, to stop measuring progress by milestones and start experiencing each step as complete on its own. And that's where it gets real. Because living inside the circle means accepting uncertainty. It means being okay not knowing what's next. It means surrendering control. Most of us resist that because it feels like giving up. But really it's the opposite. It's stepping into courage. Courage to face the unknown. Courage to be present without guarantees. Courage to trust the process. So the question, can you find the end of a circle, is not really about circles. It's about how you live your life. Are you chasing goals with frantic energy, hoping to reach some finish line that may not exist? Or can you learn to embrace the endless loop and find freedom inside it? This is where Zen gets beautifully simple and deeply complex at the same time. It doesn't give you answers. It gives you questions that keep turning inside your mind like the circle itself. And those questions are meant to unsettle you, to shake you out of your usual patterns, and to invite you into a new way of seeing. Because in the end, the circle reminds us that life isn't a problem to be solved or a race to be won. It's a mystery to be lived. The joy isn't in finding an end, but in moving with the flow, in being part of the endless dance without needing to know the steps ahead. So, if you're stuck chasing endings, maybe it's time to stop. Maybe it's time to step off the treadmill and sit with the circle. To notice how the line curves beneath your feet, how the path loops around, how every return to the start is also a new beginning. To realize that in the circle, every moment is whole, every moment is enough. And that's the real lesson. The end of a circle isn't a place you reach. It's a realization you live, a shift from chasing to being, from needing closure to embracing mystery, from striving for finish lines to dancing in the eternal loop. Can you live like that? Can you find peace in the endless circle, even when the end can't be found? Because once you do, you're no longer lost. You're home. What is left when you let go of letting go? Have you ever noticed how letting go is one of those things everybody talks about like it's the Holy Grail? Like if you could just let go of your anger, your regrets, your attachments, your expectations, you'd finally be free. It's everywhere: self-help books, meditation teachers, even your friend who sounds way too calm all the time. Let go, they say. Let go and find peace. But here's the kicker. What happens when you try to let go of letting go itself? Because that's where things get weird and wonderfully zen. Most of us treat letting go like a goal, a skill, a thing to achieve. Like it's another box to check on the list of emotional maturity. We chase it hard, pushing ourselves to release, to detach, to surrender. And sometimes, sure, that works. You feel lighter, freer, unburdened. But other times, that chase for letting go creates its own grip. This weird loop where you're still holding on, but this time to the idea that you have to let go. You're not just clinging to anger or fear. You're clinging to the struggle to be free from them. It's like trying to unclench your fist, but holding it tight the whole time. So what is left when you let go of letting go? At first, that question feels like a paradox wrapped inside a riddle, because letting go seems like the ultimate freedom. Isn't the whole point to release? To drop the baggage? But Zen points us toward a more subtle truth, that the act of letting go can become another attachment if you're not careful. The fixation on release can turn into just another form of holding on. Think about it. If you spend your life trying to let go, what do you actually do when you finally stop trying? When you stop forcing release, what remains? Is it chaos, confusion, or maybe something else entirely? Here's where it gets interesting. When you stop wrestling with the idea of letting go, you realize there's nothing to hold on to in the first place. There's no secret knot you have to untie. No weight dragging you down. Just the present moment, pure and raw, exactly as it is. No pushing, no pulling, no struggle. This is the shock. The big surprise Zen loves to drop on you. You don't need to let go of anything because there's nothing really gripping you except your own mind's story about holding on. When you stop the story, the grip disappears naturally. It's not an effort. It's a release that happens because you stop trying so damn hard. And yet, that doesn't mean you become numb or indifferent. You don't become a cold observer who watches life pass by. On the contrary, what's left is a deep openness, a presence that welcomes everything. The pain, the joy, the confusion, the clarity, without trying to fix or change it. It's like the difference between squeezing water out of a wet cloth and just letting the rain soak you. When you chase letting go, you're trying to wring yourself dry, and that creates tension. But when you stop, when you just stand there and accept what is, the tension fades on its own. Now this might sound easy when I say it like this, but living it is a whole different story. Our minds love control. They crave certainty. They want to have the answer and hold on to it tightly. So surrendering the very idea of letting go can feel like falling into an abyss, like losing your grip on reality. But Zen teaches that this abyss is not empty or scary. It's full of life, full of presence, full of everything you've been running from and chasing. It's the space where the grip loosens without effort, where the knots untie themselves, where the river flows naturally instead of being dammed up by struggle. So what's left when you let go of letting go? You're left with yourself, raw, unfiltered, alive, not trying to escape or fix, but just being. It's a kind of freedom that doesn't depend on conditions or results. It's not about reaching some enlightened state or nirvana. It's about showing up fully, with all your mess and beauty, without needing to change a thing. And here's the tease. Once you step into that space, once you stop trying so hard to let go, you realize you've been free all along. The chains you thought bound you were made of thoughts, not reality. The struggle itself was the thing holding you back, not whatever you thought you needed to release. This is the deep invitation of Zen, the kind that shakes your assumptions and pulls you toward something beyond effort and resistance. It's not about doing more or less. It's about being with what is, letting go of the need to let go, and in that, finding peace that doesn't depend on conditions or timing. So next time you hear someone say let go, remember this: maybe the real freedom isn't in letting go, but in letting go of the need to let go. Because when you stop chasing that elusive release, you open the door to a freedom that's always been there, waiting quietly inside you. What can't be seen even in a mirror? Mirrors are weird. They stare back at you with a kind of cold honesty, showing you your face, your eyes, your expression in perfect detail. Or so you think. You look in the mirror expecting to see yourself, but what you really get is only a surface reflection, a reversed image that captures light and shadow, but never the full story. There are entire parts of who you are that a mirror cannot reveal, no matter how long you stare or how hard you try. The question, what can't be seen even in a mirror, is one that opens a vast, mysterious territory inside us that's invisible to the eye, but heavy with meaning. Think about it. The mirror shows your skin, but not your scars that lie beneath it. It shows your eyes, but not the thoughts swirling behind them. It shows your mouth, but not the words you fear to say or the feelings you hide. It's a flat reflection, a shallow copy, but your real self is deep and layered and constantly shifting. So even though you think you see yourself, you really don't. The mirror only reflects the shell, never the soul. This creates a kind of shock, because we like to believe that what we see is real and true, that the reflection matches the inside. But the truth is more slippery. What the mirror shows is only a tiny fragment of your existence. The parts you cannot see, the emotions, the fears, the desires, the memories, those live in the invisible space behind your eyes and inside your heart. These are what really make you who you are, and yet they remain hidden even from yourself at times. And here's where the mystery deepens. What can't be seen in the mirror might be the very thing you're most afraid to look at. The parts of yourself that you don't want to confront. Your shame, your loneliness, your wounds. The mirror never exposes those because it only knows surface. But those unseen parts influence your life the most. They shape your reactions, your relationships, your happiness. You carry these invisible burdens silently, but they weigh you down just the same. But it's not just the dark and heavy parts that evade the mirror. Your dreams, your hopes, your true essence, all these lie beyond the glass. The mirror can't capture your spirit or your unique experience of the world. It can't hold the feeling of joy or the sting of sorrow that moves through you. It can't show the sparks of insight that happen in the quiet moments when you're alone with your thoughts. It is blind to the whole internal landscape. This calls into question what it means to truly see yourself. We often confuse recognition with understanding. Seeing your reflection is one thing, but knowing yourself deeply is another. That mirror image is a mask, a costume you wear for the world, but the real you is more than a face or a body. It's the invisible presence behind the eyes, the flowing consciousness that can't be pinned down or captured. When you realize this, it can feel disorienting at first. You might wonder if you can ever truly know yourself if even the mirror fails you. But this is actually the doorway into something profound. Zen teaches that the essence of who you are is beyond form and appearance. It's not a fixed image or a solid object, but a dynamic experience that can't be confined to any reflection. And here is the surprise, because the mirror cannot show this invisible self. It invites you to turn inward. Instead of seeking yourself in the glass, Zen encourages you to explore your direct experience. The sensations, thoughts, and feelings that arise moment to moment. This inward turning is not about finding an answer or solving a puzzle, but about opening to what is already present. The mirror becomes less of a tool for seeing and more of a symbol. It reminds you that reality is often hidden beneath the surface. It shows you how limited your ordinary perception is and gently pushes you to look deeper, to recognize that true vision requires more than eyes. It requires awareness, presence, and a willingness to face the unseen. Imagine standing before a mirror, but closing your eyes instead of opening them. You feel your breath, your heartbeat, the subtle currents of emotion moving through your body. You sense the invisible parts of yourself that the mirror cannot capture. That is where the real seeing begins. Not with the eyes, but with presence. This doesn't mean abandoning the physical world or rejecting the visible. The mirror's reflection is real in its way. It's part of your reality. But it's incomplete. It's a symbol of how much of life and self slips past our usual grasp. What can't be seen in the mirror is a reminder to stay curious, to keep questioning what seems obvious, and to seek the hidden truths beneath appearances. And here's the beautiful paradox. The invisible self that can't be seen is also the source of all your seeing. It's the silent witness behind every glance and every thought. It's the ground of your being that remains unchanged despite shifting reflections. It's what holds everything together, even when the image shatters. So, when you ask what can't be seen even in a mirror, the answer is everything that truly matters. Your essence, your true nature, your inner landscape, all invisible yet profoundly real. These are the parts you meet when you stop looking for answers outside and start exploring the depths within. And that, ultimately, is the Zen invitation, to move beyond the limits of sight, beyond the surface reflection, and into a deeper knowing. To realize that the mirror is a beginning, not an end, of your journey. The reflection is a clue, a symbol, a starting point for a much richer exploration of who you really are. So next time you look into a mirror, don't stop at the surface. Remember the koan and ask yourself, what is invisible here? What is hiding in the unseen spaces? And can you find the courage to turn inward, to meet what can't be reflected, to discover the truth beyond the glass? That's where freedom lies. Beyond appearances, beyond images in the vast, mysterious space of your own invisible self. How do you return to where you never left? Imagine being told you need to return somewhere. But the catch is, you never actually left. That's not just a riddle or a Zen puzzle. It's a deep question that can blow your mind if you let it. How do you return to where you never left? It's a question that pokes right at the heart of identity, presence, and what it really means to be somewhere. We spend so much of our lives running around, physically, mentally, emotionally, chasing the next thing, escaping the past, hoping for some future state of peace or happiness. But what if all that movement, all that rushing, is missing the point? What if you're already exactly where you need to be, and the idea of returning is a trick played by the mind? Most of us experience life like it's a journey from point A to point B. We have goals, dreams, destinations, places we want to get to so badly that every moment feels like a step toward or away from something. This mindset makes sense in the practical world. We have to eat, sleep, work, rest, move, and grow. But Zen throws a wrench into this logic by asking us to consider that the very place we think we left, the ground we think we need to return to, might be the place we have never actually left, that the sense of separation from peace, from self, from truth, is just a story, a trick of perception. The shock in this realization hits you like a wave, because if you never left, then what is this feeling of being lost or disconnected? What is this urge to come back home? This feeling of exile is created by the mind's constant chatter, labeling, judging, separating, making you believe that you are somewhere other than where you are. It's the same mind that projects past memories or future fears onto the present moment, pulling you away from this exact place and time. But the moment you stop chasing the illusion of departure, you begin to see that this home you're trying to return to is not a physical location or some faraway state. It's a presence, an awareness that's been with you all along, beneath the noise of thoughts and emotions. This is the essence Zen points to. Your true nature is always present, like the sky behind the clouds, like the ocean beneath the waves. No matter how far the waves travel, the ocean itself stays put. So how do you return to where you never left? The answer is surprisingly simple yet profoundly difficult. You stop trying to return. You stop framing life as a journey toward or away from something. Instead, you start to notice the space that's already here. The breath you're taking right now, the sensations in your body, the rhythm of your heartbeat. These are not departures or arrivals. They are the here and now, your real home. This idea challenges everything you might have believed about progress or success. It asks you to reconsider what it means to be arrived. Because in this view, arrival is not a point on a map, but a way of seeing, a way of being. It's waking up to the fact that the present moment is the only place you ever live, and that trying to get somewhere else is a form of resistance against that reality. Here's the catch. The mind resists this truth. It loves stories of leaving and returning because those stories give it control, purpose, meaning. But when you realize there's nowhere to go, nowhere to come back to, the mind feels lost. It tries to distract you, to pull you back into its illusions. This is why Zen practice often emphasizes stillness, silence, meditation, not as goals but as tools to quiet the mind's noise so you can see what's been right in front of you all along. And when you do catch that glimpse, even for a moment, it's like coming home after a long journey. But here's the twist, it's a home you've never really left, just forgotten. The sense of separation dissolves, and you're left with a deep, effortless presence, a feeling of being completely and utterly at ease with yourself and the world. It's not about fixing or changing anything. It's about recognizing the illusion of distance and letting go of the need to bridge it. Because that need itself is the barrier. Once you let that go, you find that presence was always there, patiently waiting beneath the surface of your thoughts. So next time you feel lost, overwhelmed, or like you're searching for something outside yourself, remember this koan. You don't need to pack your bags or set out on a grand quest. You don't need a new place, a new identity, or a new story. The place you long to return to is your own being. Untouched, unchanged, eternal. The real journey is a return to presence, to awareness, to the here and now. It's a journey that doesn't involve movement but stillness, Not arrival, but recognition. And in that recognition, you find the freedom you've been searching for. The freedom to be exactly where you are, right now, without needing to be anywhere else. What is the weight of an intention? Intentions are strange things. They're invisible, weightless, yet somehow they carry a gravity that pulls on our lives in ways we don't always notice. You wake up with an intention, maybe to be kinder, to work harder, to let go of something. It feels like a small spark inside you, a subtle nudge. But even though you can't see or touch an intention, it has weight. It affects how you move through your day, how you feel, what you attract. So what is the weight of an intention? How can something so intangible have such real impact? We live in a world obsessed with physical things. Pounds, ounces, kilograms. We measure the weight of objects because that tells us how they affect the world around them. A heavy stone presses down, a feather floats, but intentions, unlike stones or feathers, have no physical mass. Yet, they seem to carry a force just as powerful. The weight of an intention is not measured by scales, but by the ripples it creates inside you and out in the world. Think about the last time you set an intention. Maybe you told yourself you would stay calm during a tough conversation, or focus on gratitude, or avoid a bad habit. That intention feels like a silent companion. It shapes your choices, your reactions. Sometimes it feels light, almost effortless. Other times it feels heavy, like a burden, a weight you must carry. Why is that? The weight of an intention depends on how deeply it resonates with your true self. When your intention is aligned with your core values, it feels light and natural. It flows with your energy because it's connected to what matters most. But if the intention is forced or comes from external pressure, it feels heavy, like carrying something that doesn't belong to you. It pulls against your nature and creates resistance. This invisible weight can also create momentum. Just like a boulder rolling down a hill gathers speed and power, an intention that is sustained gathers force over time. It shapes your habits, your mindset, your relationships. Even when you're not consciously thinking about it, that intention is moving you forward or holding you back. So in a way, the weight of an intention is measured by its ability to transform your life, to shift the unseen forces that guide you. The idea of intention having weight also connects to responsibility. When you set an intention, you're making a kind of promise to yourself. And promises carry weight, not in pounds, but in commitment and consequence. If your intention is to be honest, that carries the weight of truthfulness, even when it's uncomfortable. If your intention is to be compassionate, it carries the weight of kindness in difficult moments. That's a heavy lifting of the heart, even though it's invisible. Psychologically, intentions tap into what's called goal-directed behavior. Your brain holds on to the intention as a sort of internal compass. It orients your attention and energy. This mental focus is like invisible gravity, pulling you toward your intended outcome. The stronger your intention, the more focused your mind becomes, and the more you notice opportunities and obstacles related to that intention. It's like tuning a radio to a certain frequency. Suddenly you hear things you missed before. But here's a paradox. The weight of an intention can become a burden if you cling too tightly to the outcome. When an intention becomes an obsession, it stops being a gentle guide and turns into a heavy chain. You might get frustrated if things don't go as planned, or you might ignore other parts of life because you're so fixated on that one goal. That's when intention loses its lightness and freedom. and instead creates stress and tension. Zen teaches that intention should be held lightly, like a feather floating on the breeze. You set the intention, but then you release attachment to the result. You trust the process, you stay present. This kind of intention carries a different kind of weight, one that is steady but gentle, firm but flexible. It doesn't weigh you down, it supports you. And this idea of intention, being both weighty and weightless, invites a new way of living. What if you treated your intentions like seeds? You plant them carefully, water them with attention, but you don't force them to grow overnight. You watch patiently, knowing that some things take time. The weight of your intention is then a kind of nurturing presence, a steady energy that holds space for growth without pushing too hard. In a more spiritual sense, intention connects us to purpose. It's the invisible thread that links your actions to meaning. Without intention, your actions become random, disconnected. With intention, even the smallest gesture carries significance. That's a kind of weight too. The weight of meaning that gives life depth and direction. So when you ask what is the weight of an intention, the answer is complex. It's not something you can put on a scale or see with your eyes. It's felt in the heart, experienced in the mind, and lived through your actions. It's the invisible force that shapes your life story, the quiet pull behind every choice. Next time you set an intention, pay attention to how it feels inside. Is it light or heavy? Does it lift you up or weigh you down? Is it true to who you are? Or something you're carrying because you think you should? That awareness will help you understand the real weight of your intentions and how they guide your journey. The weight of an intention is the gravity of your own inner truth, pulling you forward, shaping your world in ways both subtle and profound. What is the distance between now and now? All right, let's dive deep into a question that seems simple, but spins your mind like a tornado. What is the distance between now and now? At first glance, you might laugh because it sounds like a trick. How can there be any distance between one now and another now? Now is always this exact moment, right? It's here. It's happening. It's immediate. But the more you sit with this, the more you realize that what seems simple is actually a portal to something wild and mysterious about time, presence, and how we experience reality. We tend to think about time like a line, a straight arrow flying forward from past, through present, and into future. And now is supposed to be this tiny dot, a pinpoint, a snapshot caught between what was and what's coming next. But when you really pay attention, you realize that this dot is more like a flicker. The now you experience right this second is already gone the moment you recognize it. It slips into the past before your mind can fully grasp it. And then there's the next now, the new moment right after, slightly different, never quite the same. So in a way, the distance between one now and the next is the invisible gap created by this slipping, fleeting flow. But here's the catch. How do you measure that gap? You can't. There is no ruler for now because it's not a fixed place. It's a continuous unfolding. The distance between now and now is less a measurable space and more an experience of transition, a dance between what was just here and what is about to arrive. It's the breath you take between thoughts, the pause between heartbeats, the tiny silence between one moment and the next. When you slow down enough to notice this, it changes everything. Suddenly, you're not just a passenger on the train of time, you're aware of the tracks beneath you, the space between each tie, the rhythm of movement itself. In meditation, This awareness is everything. The gaps between thoughts, sensations, breaths become vast spaces of clarity. The distance between now and now stretches and contracts depending on your attention. Sometimes it feels infinite, an opening into stillness, a place of peace beyond words. Other times, it shrinks so small you barely notice it, swept up in the rush of life. Science adds another layer to this mystery. Physics tells us time isn't absolute. It bends and warps depending on speed, gravity, and perspective. The distance between one moment and the next might be different for you sitting quietly in a room versus someone traveling at near light speed. So even the distance of now is relative, not fixed. That means time is more about experience than measurement, more about flow than static points. And there's a human side to this too. We tend to get lost trying to hold on to now, trying to freeze the moment or keep it from slipping away. That struggle creates tension and stress because now, by its very nature, cannot be held. Each now is a wave that rises and falls, and the distance between nows is the ocean beneath, fluid, continuous, and endlessly shifting. When you cling too tightly, the gap between now and now feels heavy, full of longing or regret. When you relax and let go, it feels like freedom, like dancing on air. This is where Zen wisdom kicks in with its paradoxes. Zen invites us not to chase the distance between now and now, but to inhabit it fully. The space between moments is not empty or lost time. It's the very place where enlightenment grows. It's the gap where you stop identifying with time as a linear chain and realize time as a seamless flow. The distance disappears because you see now and now as the same flowing moment, endlessly present. What if the distance between now and now is actually no distance at all? What if now is always here, always continuous, always the same moment seen through different eyes? This idea can feel like a slap to the mind because it challenges everything we learned about past, future, and time's arrow. But it's also liberating. If there is no distance, there is no separation. There is only now, whole, complete, and infinitely unfolding. Living with this awareness changes how you relate to life. You stop rushing to the next thing or holding on to what's gone. You begin to taste each moment fully, knowing that the next now is not somewhere else, but right here, right now, in this breath, this thought, this beat of your heart. The distance between now and now collapses into presence, and presence becomes your home. So next time you catch yourself worrying about the future or stuck in the past, remember this question. What is the distance between now and now? It's not about space or time, but about presence and awareness. The real answer is that distance is an illusion created by the mind, and the only truth is this moment, endlessly now, endlessly here. Can you find stillness in motion? Finding stillness in motion sounds like trying to catch a lightning bolt with your bare hands. Impossible, right? Motion is movement, change, energy, speed, and stillness feels like calm, quiet, frozen in time. So how could the two possibly coexist? Yet, if you peel back the layers of your everyday experience, you'll find that stillness and motion aren't enemies but dance partners, weaving together in ways you don't often notice. This paradox invites you to stop seeing them as opposites and start experiencing how they actually blend into each other. And when you do, something profound shifts in how you understand life. Think about walking through a busy street. People, cars, noise, lights. Everything is in constant motion. Yet sometimes, even in that chaos, you can feel a moment of calm. Maybe you pause and breathe deeply. Your heart slows for a beat, and you experience a brief pocket of stillness. That stillness doesn't come from the world around you stopping, but from your inner landscape settling. So stillness isn't about motion stopping. It's about your relationship to motion changing. You don't have to freeze to be still. You just need to find that calm center inside the swirling activity. This is not just poetic thinking. Neuroscience shows that the brain can enter a state of relaxed alertness, a zone where you are fully engaged with the world, yet internally calm. Athletes, musicians, dancers all talk about this flow state, where action and stillness merge. Your body moves with precision and speed, but your mind is steady and clear. This flow is a perfect example of stillness in motion. It's a paradox turned into practice. The ancient teachings of Zen take this idea even deeper. Zen masters say that true stillness is not about stopping your body or your thoughts, but about being fully present with whatever is happening. The waves of motion wash over you, but you don't get swept away. You're aware of the movement without being attached or reactive. In this awareness, motion and stillness become inseparable. The world moves, and you move with it, but your core remains untouched, like a rock in the river that feels the water rushing around it, but doesn't get carried downstream. Imagine spinning a top. It's in rapid motion, right? But at its core, it's balanced and centered. That balance is a kind of stillness amid movement. The top can't spin without this inner stillness, or else it falls over. So the very act of motion requires stillness inside it, even if you can't see it with your eyes. Life works the same way. The chaos of daily life, the rush of thoughts and emotions, all contain a hidden stillness waiting to be discovered. The challenge is that we often mistake motion for noise and distraction, and stillness for absence or boredom. We crave constant activity to avoid facing the quiet inside ourselves. But when you can find stillness in motion, you realize that quiet is not empty. It's full of awareness, presence, and life. It's the space where you can respond to life rather than react to it, where you move with intention rather than being pushed by habit or fear. This paradox also teaches us about impermanence and change. Nothing stands still forever. Even mountains erode, rivers flow, and stars explode. So trying to find stillness by stopping everything is like trying to hold a river in your hands. It just slips away. Instead, stillness in motion invites you to embrace change, to be the eye of the storm, the calm center that experiences life's movement without losing itself. On a practical level, you can experience this anytime. Next time you're doing something active, walking, cooking, working, try to bring your full attention to the movement. Feel the rhythm of your breath, the sensation in your muscles, the flow of your actions. Don't fight the motion or try to stop it. Instead, notice how your mind can be steady and clear while your body is busy. That's stillness in motion right there. So the real question isn't whether you can find stillness in motion, but whether you can recognize it when it's happening. It's always there, hidden beneath the surface of noise and busyness. You just have to stop chasing a perfect, frozen moment of peace and start seeing how peace is alive and moving with you. The paradox melts away, and you're left with a new way of being, fluid, alive, centered. Finding stillness in motion changes everything, because it means you don't have to wait for life to slow down to feel calm. You don't have to escape or isolate yourself to find peace. Instead, peace becomes your constant companion, moving with you through every twist and turn. You become a river that flows and a rock that grounds, a dance of opposites united. How far is it to the present moment? Distance to the present moment. Sounds simple, right? Like asking how far it is to the coffee shop down the street. But when you start peeling back the layers, the question starts messing with your sense of time and space in a way that makes you stop and wonder if you ever really understood what now even is. Think about it. The present moment is always slipping through your fingers. You think you're in it, but by the time you notice it, it's already the past. It's like trying to chase a shadow, always one step ahead, just out of reach. So if you try to measure the distance to the present moment, you realize there's no fixed point to aim, for because the present is always moving, always changing, always a breath ahead. This is where the mind tends to get caught in a loop. We're wired to plan, to anticipate, to measure how far we are from goals, deadlines, or the next thing coming up. That habit turns the present into something distant, like a future destination we haven't arrived at yet. But the present isn't somewhere down the road. It's here right now. It's closer than your next breath, but somehow it slips away faster than you can hold on. Philosophers and mystics have wrestled with this for centuries. Some say the present moment is an illusion, a flicker of time that only exists between past and future. Others say the present moment is the only reality, the eternal now that contains everything. If that's true, then asking how far it is to the present moment is like asking how far the ocean is to the shore when you're standing waist deep in water. The question itself assumes distance where none exists. Science backs this up in weird ways. Physics tells us time isn't absolute. Experiments with particles and light show that time can stretch and contract depending on your speed or gravity. So what feels like the present moment to you might be very different from what someone else experiences in another place or state. The present is not a universal spot on a timeline. It's deeply personal and relative. That makes the idea of distance to the present moment slippery and subjective. On a human level, the struggle to reach the present moment often comes down to distraction. Our minds jump between memories and worries, hopes and fears. We live mostly in stories about the past or future, rarely settling in the now. This mental business creates a gap, a perceived distance from what is actually here. But the present moment isn't hiding from you. It's waiting quietly, like a friend who's always been there, inviting you to stop, breathe, and step into this exact slice of time. The funny thing is, the present moment doesn't have to be far away. You can feel it right now if you pause long enough. Try this. Stop what you're doing, close your eyes, and take a deep breath. Feel the air fill your lungs, notice your heartbeat, listen to the sounds around you. In that instant, you are fully in the present. The distance collapses. Now is no longer ahead or behind. It's right here, touching you directly. Yet, even when you find it, the present moment slips away again. It's like trying to hold water in your hands. This slipping is not a flaw, it's the nature of time itself. Time flows forward, and so does experience. The present moment is less a place to arrive and more a continuous unfolding. It's a river you can never step into twice, always fresh, always new. Zen teachings remind us that chasing the present moment, as if it were a goal, creates tension. Instead, they encourage resting in awareness without grasping. When you stop trying to measure or catch now, you begin to live it. The question of distance loses meaning because distance requires separation, and in the present, there is none. So how far is it to the present moment? The honest answer is that the present moment is here always. Not somewhere you get to, but what you already are. The distance is zero if you drop all the layers of thought and simply be. The real gap exists in your mind's resistance, your habit of living in past and future. When you let go of measuring, judging, and chasing, you realize that the present moment isn't a destination, but the very fabric of life weaving through every second. It's closer than close, deeper than deep, and more immediate than immediate. The present moment isn't a point on a map, but the space in which all points appear. Understanding this changes everything. Suddenly, life isn't a series of missed moments or future hopes, but a vibrant, unfolding now where every breath and heartbeat is fully alive. The present moment becomes not a question of distance but a doorway, always open, inviting you to step through. When does a question end and an answer begin? The line between a question and an answer. Where does one stop and the other start? On the surface, it feels obvious. You ask something, you wait, then you get a response. Simple enough. But once you start thinking about it, that boundary starts to blur like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. Questions and answers aren't just steps in a conversation. They're part of a dance, a loop, a relationship that can stretch and fold back on itself in ways that mess with your understanding of knowledge, curiosity, and meaning. Imagine you're asking someone a question. The moment you speak, you expect an answer. But before the other person even begins, your mind is already spinning, guessing what the answer might be, framing follow-ups, or deciding how the answer might change your view. So the question doesn't fully end when you stop speaking. It lingers in the air, in your mind, in the spaces between words. That lingering is part of the question itself. It's like throwing a stone into a pond. The ripples keep moving long after the splash. In a way, the question extends into the answer before the answer even arrives. And then there's the answer. Answers don't just land like facts dropped from the sky. They come wrapped in interpretation, tone, context, and sometimes even hesitation or silence. When you hear an answer, you don't just receive information, you react, judge, and maybe reshape the original question. That reaction starts to form a new question. So answers often seed more questions rather than close the book. In this way, an answer is never a full stop. It's a comma, a pause, an invitation to dig deeper. In philosophy, and especially in Zen, this interplay between question and answer is not a problem to solve, but a mystery to live with. Zen koans, those paradoxical riddles like, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" are designed to blur and break down the line between question and answer. You're not supposed to solve them logically or verbally. The answer can't be grasped by the mind because it's not a fixed fact, but an experience, a shift in perception. So the question and answer merge into a single moment of realization where the distinction dissolves. Think about how in everyday conversations, you sometimes say something that makes the other person stop and think deeply, and suddenly, a question pops up from what was just said. The boundary between speaking and listening, questioning and answering, is fluid and alive. It's not a static line, but a dynamic movement, like a dance where partners take turns leading and following, but sometimes move together in perfect harmony. Even in science and learning, the process rarely ends with a definitive answer. Every discovery opens new questions. The more we learn about the universe, the more mysteries we uncover. The question never truly ends because understanding itself is a journey, not a destination. The answer is a stepping stone, a guidepost along a path that keeps winding forward. At a deeper level, The moment a question ends and an answer begins is a mental construct. The mind wants neat packages, a problem followed by a solution, a question followed by an answer. But reality isn't so tidy. The world is messy, full of ambiguity and nuance. Sometimes holding the tension between question and answer is more powerful than rushing to resolve it. This tension invites curiosity and openness. When you stop trying to pin down exactly where one ends and the other begins, you open space for insight, creativity, and transformation. The question becomes a living thing, and the answer becomes a doorway rather than a wall. So when does a question end and an answer begin? Maybe they never really do. Maybe they are two sides of the same coin, two waves in the same ocean, two notes in the same song. The end of one is the beginning of the other, endlessly cycling, endlessly unfolding. The moment you think you have an answer, a new question is already whispering on the horizon. In that way, questions and answers aren't separate but intertwined, part of the continuous flow of thought, awareness, and discovery. Embracing this can free you from the need for certainty and open you up to the mystery that makes life rich and endlessly fascinating. What is the form of thought before it arises, before a thought takes shape, before it becomes a word, an image, a desire, a worry? What is it? What does it look like? Where is it hiding? It's a strange question because the moment you try to answer it, you're already thinking. The moment you shine the flashlight of attention on it, the thing you're looking for has already changed. It's like trying to hear silence by turning up the volume. The very act of observation distorts what you're trying to see. But there's something haunting about this question. Because you felt it. That split second before a thought appears. That pause, that quiet hum before a sentence forms in your mind or before an emotion takes over. You felt it when staring at a blank wall or lying awake in the middle of the night, just before the mind rushes in. It's the space before the noise. And once you notice it, it starts to change everything. Here's the shocker science can't fully explain where a thought begins. Neuroscience can track the firing of neurons. It can say, this area lights up when you think about food, or this network activates when you remember someone's face. But it still can't tell you the moment when a thought becomes a thought. There's no single spark, no core origin point. Thought just seems to unfold, like a wave emerging from still water. But the water, that calm, clear base, that's what we're talking about here, that formless source. Now here's where it gets wild. There's a famous experiment in neuroscience called the Libet experiment. It showed that the brain initiates a decision before we're consciously aware of making it. Your hand starts to move before you decide to move it. Your brain is ahead of you. Your conscious awareness, the voice in your head, is lagging behind. That means the thought arises before the thinker even thinks they thought it. Read that again. So what does that make you? Are you the one thinking the thought, or the one noticing it after it's already there? This is where Zen comes in like a hammer made of mist. Zen doesn't hand you clean answers. It throws you back into the question, not to frustrate you, but to open something deeper than logic. When a Zen master asks, what is the form of thought before it arises? They're not playing word games. They're pointing toward a direct experience, something that happens not in the head, but in the marrow of your being. You can't understand this with more thinking. You have to feel it. So try this. Sit still. No music, no podcast. Just breathe. Watch your mind like a cat watches a hole in the wall. Not pouncing, just alert. Watch the thoughts rise. Watch the mental chatter start to build. Don't follow it. Don't feed it. Just stay right there at the edge. And you'll start to notice something incredible. There's a tiny space before a thought appears. A blink. A breath. A shimmer. It's not blank. It's not nothing. It's alive. And the question becomes, what is that? Is that you? Is that the ground of being? Is that where creativity, memory, and identity come from? Or is that something entirely beyond the mind? A kind of pure awareness that just watches the show without getting pulled into it. The moment you try to define it, it's already moved. It's like catching wind with your hands. But that doesn't mean it's not real. In fact, it may be more real than any thought you've ever had, because it's not dressed up in labels or assumptions or fears. It's raw presence, pure potential. And once you feel it, you never quite forget it. Now, let's validate what you might be thinking right now. Yeah, it sounds abstract. Yeah, it sounds like something you could never explain to your friends at lunch. But that's the point. This isn't about impressing people or solving a riddle. This is about waking up to the background hum of reality. The place where thought begins. Not the thought itself, but the ground from which it grows. And tapping into that can change everything. Because once you glimpse it, you start to realize not every thought deserves your attention. Not every mental story is true. Not every urge needs to be followed. Because you are not just the thoughts in your head. You are also the space before they even arise. The silence behind the sound. The sky behind the weather. And here's where the tease comes in. If thought has no fixed form before it arises, if it's pure formlessness, pure potential, then maybe your mind is the same. Maybe the self you think you are is not fixed, not limited, not trapped by your past or your habits. Maybe, like thought, you are not a solid thing. You are an event, a moment, a happening, and that moment is always fresh. So the next time you feel overwhelmed by your own mind, don't fight the thought. Don't try to fix it. Don't even try to change it. Just pause. And ask yourself, what was here a split second before this thought arrived? And listen. And wait. And in that pause, you might find something more powerful than any answer presents. Stillness. And the quiet truth that you were never missing anything. Because what you were really looking for was the space you were already standing in. If all things are one, what is many, they say all is one. Everything is connected. Nothing exists in isolation. And on some deep level, maybe you feel that. You've heard it from philosophers, mystics, even physicists. But if all things are one, then what the hell is many? Why do you see a world filled with separate objects, separate people, separate problems? Why does your pain feel like only yours? Why do you feel alone, even in a crowded room? Why is the world full of opposites? Life and death, self and other, joy and suffering. If it all supposedly comes from the same source, this is where Zen doesn't give you comfort. It gives you a crack in the floor of your understanding. It takes your beautiful ideas about unity and slices them open with paradox. Because this isn't just a riddle, it's a mirror. You live in this contradiction every day, the feeling that everything is one, but life keeps happening in fragments. Let's start with a truth that hits hard on a biological, atomic, and even subatomic level. Separation is an illusion. Your skin feels like a boundary, but it's porous. Your breath becomes part of the air, and the air becomes part of someone else's breath. The food in your body was once dirt, water, sunlight. Your body is a temporary swirl of everything around it. Your mind, that's even trickier. You think you're having your own thoughts, but language was handed to you. Culture shaped your reactions. The stories you tell about yourself were written by interactions with others. The you think you are, is built out of everything else. So in that sense, yeah, all things are one. But hold on, if that's true, then why does life feel so painfully divided? Why do you feel different from the person next to you? Why do some things feel right and others feel wrong? Why do we have love and hate, peace and war, beauty and horror? That's the sting. You can understand unity all day long. You can believe in it. You can read about it. But you still live in duality. You still wake up in a body. You still draw lines. You still say this is mine and that is yours. This is me and that is not me. This is good and that is bad. And Zen says, look at that. Don't run from it. Don't explain it away with some spiritual cliché. Feel it. Stand in that gap, the space between one and many, between unity and division, between truth and perception, because this is not something you solve. It's something you live through. Here's a brutal but honest realization. If everything is one, then everything you judge, everything you hate, everything you fear, is also you. You don't get to embrace oneness only when it feels good. You don't get to separate yourself from the parts you don't like. And that's why many exists. The experience of many is the feeling of being separate from what you already are. It's the illusion, but it's also the game. It's the path. It's the condition of being human. You are a fragment that remembers it's the whole and forgets it over and over and over again. Even your body teaches this. Your brain is not one monolithic thing. It's a network of competing voices, impulses, layers. Survival, emotion, logic, memory. There's not one self in there. There are many, and yet they move as one, somehow. So the many exists inside the one. The one expresses itself through the many. And here's the twist: without the many, the one can't be experienced. Let that sink in. A painter can't exist without paint. A dancer can't exist without movement. Unity is not a flat sameness. It is the play of differences within a single ocean of being. And that's what you are. That's what this whole thing is. Every tree, every stranger, every war, every kiss, all ripples on the same surface. Now let's validate something real. It's okay to feel confused. To feel like you understand this for a second, and then it slips away. That's exactly how it's supposed to feel. Because the mind wants clear answers. It wants to label and divide. But this question forces you to loosen that grip. Not so you lose control, but so you can feel what's beneath it. And what's beneath it is wild. It's the recognition that you are both the wave and the ocean. You are the single drop and the sky it fell from. You are the observer and the observed, the seeker and the found. But here's the tease, and it cuts deep. If you try to hold this truth, you lose it. If you say, I get it, all is one, and walk away satisfied, you've already missed it. Because this isn't about having an answer. It's about noticing your own division in real time. It's about seeing yourself react, defend, label, divide, aim. And in that very moment, remembering, this too is one. Even the act of separation is part of unity expressing itself. The many is not the opposite of the one. The many is how the one knows itself. So next time you feel separate, don't fight it. Don't pretend to be above it. Look closer. Let it hurt. Let it soften you. Let it remind you that your story is part of a much bigger story, and not just connected to it, but made of it. When the illusion of separateness fades, even for a breath, the world doesn't disappear. It becomes more vivid, more alive. You don't stop being yourself. You just stop thinking that's all you are. You are many, and you are one, and neither of those can be touched unless you're willing to live in the space between. Can you grasp something without holding it? You ever try to grab a dream while you're still dreaming it? That feeling when something's just about to make sense, but the moment you reach for it, it slips right out of your hands. That's what this question feels like. Can you grasp something without holding it? And not just mentally. Think deeper. Emotionally. Spiritually. Can you truly understand something without owning it, controlling it, defining it? Right now, think about how you experience life. You want to hold on to clarity, to answers, to success, to peace, to love. But the tighter you grip, the more it resists. Like trying to hold water in your fist. The more force you use, the faster it disappears. This is the paradox. We've been trained our whole lives to believe that understanding comes from control. That knowing means defining. That love means possessing. That truth is something you can grab, store, and explain. But what if none of that's true? Here's the shock. Some of the most important experiences in your life, you didn't hold on to them. You didn't trap them. You felt them, and then they passed through you like wind. That one moment of eye contact with a stranger that changed your day. That flash of insight that hit you in the shower and vanished before you could write it down. That wave of peace while staring at the ocean or listening to music at 2 in the morning. Those moments didn't stay, and yet they changed you. Deeply. Not because you held them, but because you let them happen. Zen asks you to sit inside that space. The space where something is real, but not tangible. Present, but not possessible. And that's hard. It goes against everything we've been taught. We're obsessed with capturing things. Take a photo. Save the file. Bookmark the quote. Remember the feeling. Name it. Own it. Keep it. But some truths don't work like that. Some truths disappear the second you try to hold them. Like trying to carry a flame in your bare hands. The more you try, the more you burn out what made it beautiful. Let me give you an example that lives inside all of us. Grief. Real grief. You can't hold on to it, and you can't push it away either. It's not something you solve. It's not linear, but you grasp it. You feel the shape of it. Not with your hands, but with your being. It teaches you something. Not because you captured it, but because you surrendered to it. Same with love. Not the kind of love that clings or demands, but the kind of love that just sees, just accepts. You don't need to hold that kind of love. In fact, you can't. And that's why it feels so pure, because it's not about possession. It's about presence. So now let's validate this messy, human urge you have to want to hold on to things. Of course you do. You want to hold success so you can feel safe. You want to hold love so you won't feel alone. You want to hold clarity so you won't feel lost. That's not wrong. That's deeply human. And the truth is, sometimes you do need to hold things. Your child's hand, your home, your breath. But not everything is meant to be held. Some things are meant to be known without being owned. Some things are felt in the release, not the grip. That's why Zen asks questions like this. To show you that there's more than one way to know something. That grasping doesn't always mean tightening your hand. Sometimes grasping means opening it, and that leads us to the tease. The mind-bending twist at the end. If the deepest truths can't be held, then how do you live with them? How do you walk through the world with wisdom you can't write down? How do you love people you might lose? How do you carry meaning that can't be explained? Here's how. You live with empty hands. You walk through life with open palms. You don't stop loving or learning or feeling. You just stop trying to freeze it. You start letting things pass through you without trying to make them stay. And strangely, the moment you stop trying to capture them, they start to stay. Not as possessions, but as presence. You don't hold the moment holds you. And when you get that, you've grasped it. Without holding a damn thing. How do you climb a ladder that has no rungs? There's a kind of suffering that comes from believing everything has to be earned. That if you just try hard enough, you'll get there. But Zen asks, what if there is no there? What if you're already where you need to be, and the climb is just your mind's way of distracting you from that? In this way, the ladder becomes a metaphor for the spiritual path itself. You want enlightenment, inner peace, presence. You think there's a method, a technique, a checklist that will take you there. But what if the very act of searching is the thing keeping you from seeing? This hits hard for people who've spent their lives being doers. The achievers, the perfectionists, the seekers who read every book, attend every retreat, meditate with discipline, journal every day, and still something feels missing. Because deep down, there's still the belief that peace is at the top of the ladder, that if you just keep going, you'll get there. But Zen says, stop. The ladder you're climbing isn't real. The rungs were never there. You invented them because you were scared to fall. But falling isn't the problem. Holding on is. When you let go of the ladder, when you stop needing to climb, something strange happens. You begin to realize you were never on the ground to begin with. You were already high up. You just didn't notice because you were so focused on moving. It's like waking up from a dream where you were running, only to realize you've been still the whole time. The distance you thought you had to cover was just a loop in your own mind. And this is not just philosophical. It has real, practical consequences. Think about times in your life where you were desperately trying to figure things out. Maybe you were in a crisis, or trying to make a big decision, or trying to find your purpose. You kept thinking, if I just get this one insight, everything will make sense. But then maybe, in a quiet moment, you stopped trying. You surrendered. You gave up the idea that you had to fix everything. And in that pause, maybe just for a second, there was peace. That peace didn't come from solving anything. It came from letting go. So climbing a ladder with no rungs isn't about doing. It's about dissolving the need to do. It's about seeing that the structure you've built in your head, the one made of success, effort, identity, isn't the way up. It's the thing keeping you stuck. You don't climb the rungless ladder by stepping higher. You climb by realizing there's no height to reach. You're not going anywhere. You're already there. There's a story in Zen about a monk who asked his master, "How do I enter Zen?" The master said, "Do you hear the sound of that stream?" The monk said, "Yes." The master said, "Enter from there." The point wasn't the stream. The point was that the monk was already in the moment, already in presence. He just didn't recognize it as the doorway. He thought he needed to climb into it, but it was already beneath his feet. We do this all the time. We think we're not enough, not wise enough, not healed enough, not spiritual enough, so we climb imaginary ladders, hoping the next version of us will be the real one. But Zen flips it around. It says, the version of you trying to climb is the illusion. The version of you that's just here. Breathing, feeling, noticing. That's the one that's real. And this realization can be terrifying because it means you have to give up the identity of the seeker. You have to stop chasing awakening and start embodying it. Right now, as you are. With no steps, no rungs, no progress to measure. Just this moment, this breath, this silence. That's the whole path. So maybe the question isn't how to climb a ladder with no rungs. Maybe the question is, why are you trying to climb at all? What are you hoping to find at the top that isn't already inside you? What if the ladder is not a way up, but a prompt to wake up? What if the absence of rungs is the teaching? Zen uses these paradoxes to snap the mind out of its loops. Because the mind loves structure. It loves progress. But awakening isn't something the mind can engineer. It's something you fall into when the mind finally stops. So the ladder with no rungs isn't a problem. It's an invitation. An invitation to stop climbing, stop seeking, and start seeing. And when you do, when you let go of the need to reach for the next thing, you realize you've never left the top of the ladder. Because there was never a ladder to begin with. Just the sky, just the wind, just you awake in the middle of it all. Where is the mind between two thoughts? Let me ask you something strange, and sit with it for a second. Between two thoughts, where is your mind? Like really pause and try to feel it. A thought arises. It lingers for a moment. Then it passes. Before the next one pops in, where are you in that space? Most people never notice it. The mind is so busy producing thought after thought. It feels like there's never a gap at all. Like it's just one long, noisy stream of mental chatter. But if you slow it all down even for a second, you'll see that there is a space. A silent, empty flicker between the end of one thought and the start of another. And what's inside that flicker? That space? Nothing, or maybe everything. This question doesn't ask you to find an answer in words. It's trying to take you beyond them. Because if you look closely at your experience, you'll start to see that your mind isn't just your thoughts. It's also the space they come from. And that space, that stillness between the noise, is actually where your true awareness lives. Let's think about how we normally identify ourselves. Most people say, I am my thoughts. You think, you feel, you remember, you analyze. And you believe that mental activity is you. But what happens in that pause when a thought ends and another hasn't started yet? Are you gone? Are you unconscious? No, you're still here. In fact, you might even feel more present in that quiet than in the middle of all your thinking. That gap between thoughts, that's the doorway. Here's the weird part. You can't think your way into that space. The moment you try to describe it or chase it, you're already out of it. It's like trying to see your own eye without a mirror, or touch your fingertip with the same finger. The second you grasp, it slips away. But if you relax, if you simply notice, you fall into it effortlessly. There's this old metaphor that thoughts are like clouds, and your mind is the sky. Most people spend their lives staring at the clouds, analyzing their shapes, judging them, following them as they float by. But the sky, the vast open space that holds them all, never changes. It's always there, always still, always clear. That space between thoughts is a glimpse of the sky. And you might be thinking, okay, but so what? Why does this matter? It matters because your entire experience of peace, clarity, and presence depends on your relationship with that space. If you believe your mind is nothing but noise, you'll always feel trapped in the storm. But if you learn to rest in that silence, even for a few seconds, everything shifts. You're no longer lost in thought. You're the one watching them come and go. And here's where science and meditation start to meet. Neuroscience tells us the brain is a prediction machine. It's constantly filling in gaps, projecting into the future, and recycling past patterns. Most of your thoughts aren't even original. They're habits, loops, scripts you didn't even write. But the moment you find that space between thoughts, you disrupt the loop. You create a break in the pattern. And in that break, something new becomes possible. It's like a reset button. A chance to choose instead of react. Think of moments in your life when everything went quiet. Watching a sunset, holding someone's hand, standing in awe of something beautiful or terrible or sacred. In those moments, thoughts fade. The mind pauses. You feel something bigger than yourself. That is the same space. The mind between thoughts is the same presence you feel when the world feels suddenly, inexplicably alive. But don't confuse the silence with emptiness. That gap isn't empty like a void. It's full of awareness, full of potential. Like the pause in a piece of music that gives meaning to the notes. The silence between the beats is what makes rhythm possible. Now, let's bring this into everyday life. How can you actually experience the space between thoughts? Try this. Sit still for a minute. Take a breath. Let a thought come. Don't resist it. Watch it, then let it go, and wait. In that tiny moment before the next thought arises, just rest. Don't do anything. Don't even try to be silent. Just notice. That right there. That flicker. That's the mind without content. That's you underneath the noise. You don't have to be a monk to experience this. You just have to stop running from the silence. Most people fill every spare second with stimulation. Scroll the phone. Turn on the podcast. Open another tab. Silence feels uncomfortable, but that discomfort is only the withdrawal from constant noise. On the other side of it, there's peace. Zen points directly at this space. That's why koans are designed to short-circuit your thinking. They're not puzzles to be solved. They're meant to break your logic, stop your inner commentary, and drop you into that silent awareness. The place between thoughts. The true mind, the unconditioned self. So where is the mind between two thoughts? It's not in the past, not in the future, not in words, not in images. It is simply here, awake, clear, empty, alive. And here's the kicker. That space, it's not rare, it's not special, it's always here. It's just that most of the time, we're too busy thinking to notice it. But once you do notice it, even for a split second, you can never unsee it. You'll start to recognize it everywhere. In the breath before speaking, in the silence before a storm, in the stillness of the night. That's the mind behind the mind, the you behind the thoughts. And maybe, just maybe, that's where the real answers live. What moves when you are completely still? You ever try to sit completely still? Not just physically, but in every way. No twitching, no fidgeting, no racing thoughts. Maybe you've tried meditation, or just sat quietly, trying to slow down your mind and body to nothing. And in that moment, it feels like you're frozen, like time itself has stopped. You're just still. No movement, no noise, just calm. But here's the kicker. The truth is, even when you think you are perfectly still, nothing is actually still at all. Something inside you is always moving. Always. Picture this. You're lying on your back, eyes closed, in a room that's dead quiet. Your chest rises and falls with your breath. But what if I told you even if you stopped breathing, which you can't for long, your body would still be buzzing with life. Your heart keeps pounding, sending blood through your veins like a relentless river. That river never pauses. It rushes and flows even when you're motionless. And it's not just the heart. Every one of your cells is alive, working, buzzing with activity you can't see. Some are repairing damage, some dividing, some breaking down old parts. Inside you, it's a wild party of creation and destruction happening non-stop. Now take it deeper. Your atoms are vibrating, constantly in motion. Even if your body looks like a statue, the molecules inside are shaking, spinning, colliding with each other at speeds your mind can barely comprehend. You are a storm of energy and movement disguised as calm flesh and bone. And zoom out even further. The earth beneath you spins on its axis, orbits the sun. The whole solar system is zooming through the galaxy. So you're never truly still, not even if you close your eyes and hold your breath. Movement is built into the fabric of your existence. Then there's your brain. Maybe you think quieting your mind means stopping thoughts, but your neurons don't stop firing. Even when you try to clear your head, there is a constant electrical symphony in your brain. Billions of signals bouncing around, creating mental noise. When you sit still, your mind's activity actually becomes more noticeable because there's less distraction from outside. You start to hear the silent hum of your brain's movement. It's like tuning into a secret broadcast that plays inside you all the time, but usually goes unnoticed. Why does all this matter? Because it flips the idea of stillness on its head. We think stillness means stopping all movement, physical, mental, emotional. But true stillness is more like a deep awareness of movement that's always there. You don't stop the waves, you just stop resisting them. And when you do that, a new kind of calm appears. One that is alive, not frozen. It's paradoxical. The most peaceful state you can find is one that embraces constant motion underneath a surface of quiet. Here's a simple thing you can try. Next time you sit down, close your eyes and pay attention to your heartbeat. Feel it thumping quietly in your chest. Then switch your focus to your breath, slow and steady, but never really stopping. See if you can notice the tiny involuntary twitches in your muscles. Little movements you usually miss. Now try to hold your attention there for a full minute. What you're sensing isn't nothingness. It's a living presence inside you that never turns off. There's also a scientific explanation for this constant movement. Your autonomic nervous system runs your body's essential functions without you thinking about them. Heart rate, breathing, digestion, temperature regulation. It's like an invisible autopilot keeping you alive 24/7. No matter how still you try to be, this system is always working. This means stillness isn't about stopping life processes. It's about tuning into them, learning to rest within the flow of life instead of trying to stop it. That changes everything about how you see stillness. It's no longer a frustrating goal to completely shut down your mind and body. Instead, it's a peaceful surrender to the rhythm inside you. Imagine a lake on a calm day. The surface looks smooth and motionless, but below, water moves in currents, fish swim, and life thrives. Stillness is like that lake. On the surface, you're calm. Inside, movement pulses and flows. Zen philosophy really embraces this. It teaches that stillness is not a frozen, static state but a dynamic balance where movement and rest coexist. Like sitting by a riverbank. You are still, but the river flows endlessly beside you. The secret is to find peace in the movement rather than trying to stop it. Zen says you don't control the river. You learn to be part of it. This mindset helps release the pressure to be perfectly calm or quiet, because that pressure itself creates tension. When you finally get this, the world feels different. Stillness isn't boring or empty anymore. It's alive with hidden energy. You begin to see your own body and mind as ecosystems of motion rather than rigid machines. This awareness changes how you handle stress, rest, and presence. Instead of fighting movement or noise inside you, you relax into the natural flow, and paradoxically, that's when real stillness happens. So next time you think you're sitting still, ask yourself, what's really moving? Your body's internal river, your brain's fireworks, the atoms buzzing inside you, the planet spinning under your feet. Stillness isn't about stopping that. It's about becoming awake to it, letting it be there without resistance. The real paradox is that stillness is movement hidden beneath calm. When you accept that, you tap into a deeper peace that isn't fragile or forced. It's rooted in life itself. And that is the heart of the Zen paradox. You want to be still, but you cannot stop moving. The secret is to let go of stopping and instead just notice the movement without judgment. To become like the lake that reflects the sky while the river flows endlessly underneath. This is where silence is loud, calm is alive, and stillness is the rhythm of life. How do you read a book with no pages? You've probably never thought of your life as a book with no pages. But imagine this. You're handed a book, no title, no cover art. You open it and every page is blank, no ink, no words. Just empty paper. And yet you're told this book has a story. Not just any story, your story. Sounds absurd, right? But that's the thing. Most of us are already reading a story that was never written down. Not on paper, not in print, not even consciously in our minds. And yet we read it every single day. We live by it. We believe it. And the craziest part, we don't even realize we're doing it. Let me explain. This book with no pages isn't made of paper. It's made of assumptions, beliefs, stories passed down to you from your parents, your culture, your school, your experiences. Some of those stories are loud and obvious. Others are invisible, like background noise you don't hear until the power cuts out. But they shape everything. They tell you who you are, what you're worth, what kind of love you deserve, what success means, what's possible and what's not. And none of it was ever written down. No author, no edits, no proof. Just impressions burned into your mind so early and so deep you mistake them for reality. That is the book you're reading. That is the story guiding your life. And it has no pages, no beginning, no end. Just you, trying to make sense of something that was never clearly handed to you in the first place. Now here's where it gets wild. Most people never question this story. They follow it like a map they never saw. They make decisions based on it. They fall in love through it. They chase dreams because of it, or give up on them entirely. And when life feels off, when something doesn't make sense, they don't think to check the story. They blame themselves, or other people, or just decide the world is broken. But what if it's not the world? What if it's just the book you've been reading, the invisible one, the one written by fear, or shame, or someone else's version of success, the one that says you're not enough unless you constantly prove yourself, or that being vulnerable is weak, or that you have to have it all figured out by now? You see what I mean? This is the shock most people never see coming. that so much of what you believe about yourself didn't come from you. It came from voices you didn't even know you absorbed. That feeling of not being good enough. Maybe it was never yours to begin with. That fear of failure. Maybe that was someone else's wound, passed down without question. That pressure to be perfect. Maybe it's just an echo from a system that profits off your insecurity. So when you ask, how do you read a book with no pages? You already are. You're reading it through your choices, your reactions, your self-talk. Every time you say, that's just how I am, or I could never do that, or people like me don't get to live like that, you're flipping through invisible pages of a story you didn't choose, but are still living by. And here's the good news. Just because the book has no pages doesn't mean you can't rewrite the story. In fact, that's the whole point of Zen. To wake up, to realize you're reading a story that isn't actually printed anywhere. To see that what you've accepted as truth might just be a belief you never questioned. And the moment you see that, the moment you realize the book is blank, that's when you begin to write it on your terms. This doesn't mean pretending nothing has happened to you. It doesn't mean ignoring your past. It means realizing that the past doesn't get to write every chapter forward. It means choosing, consciously, what stays and what doesn't. What beliefs you'll carry, and which ones you'll finally lay down. You start noticing the difference between your voice and the voice that was handed to you. Between your actual desires and the ones you were told to have. Between what feels true and what just feels familiar. And that difference, that awareness, that is everything. Because here's the paradox. The book has no pages, but you can still write. There's no story written down, but the one you believe still shapes your reality. It's all in your mind, but it feels more real than anything. That's the illusion. That's the trap, and that's the awakening. It's like walking through a maze, thinking there's only one path, only to realize the walls were never really there. They were made of thoughts, made of stories, made of invisible ink you can only read when you stop running and start looking. So how do you read a book with no pages? By slowing down, by listening to the language in your mind, by questioning where those thoughts came from, by watching how your own inner dialogue is written. And when you do that, something starts to shift. You begin to separate what's real from what's inherited. You stop playing roles you never auditioned for. You stop chasing things that never fed your soul. You stop living someone else's idea of life and start writing your own, not with pen and paper, but with presence, with choices, with truth. The story doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be yours. No more recycled shame. No more hand-me-down dreams. No more running on scripts that only bring you emptiness. This is how Zen meets real life. It doesn't give you a better story. It shows you that the story was never written. It was only believed. And belief is powerful. But it's not truth. Truth has no pages. It's experienced, moment by moment, choice by choice. So if you've been living your life like a book you didn't get to write, maybe it's time to stop reading. Start feeling. Start choosing. Start noticing what you were told, what you picked up, and what you're finally ready to put down. Because in the end, the book has no pages. The real story is written in how you live, not in what you were told to be, but in who you choose to become. If everything is empty, what is this? You're standing in your room, or sitting in a chair, maybe scrolling without thinking, and suddenly, a strange question creeps in. If everything is empty, what is this? Not in a poetic way. Not as a philosophical exercise. I mean right now, your breath, your body, the moment you're in. If nothing has fixed meaning or permanent substance, then what exactly are you touching, seeing, feeling? What are you experiencing? You hear Zen masters say things like form is emptiness, and emptiness is form, and it sounds beautiful, even profound. But let's be honest, most of us don't really feel what that means. It's like being handed a riddle that points to something true, but the closer you get, the more it slips out of focus. And here's where it hits, the shock. This isn't a metaphor. Zen doesn't just mean everything is kind of meaningless or that life is some kind of illusion. It's not nihilism. Emptiness, in this tradition, means that nothing exists independently. That chair you're sitting on, it's not just a chair. It's wood that came from a tree, that came from the soil, that came from the death of other life under sunlight with time. Your thoughts, not just yours. They're shaped by language you didn't invent, voices you've heard since childhood, ideas soaked in over years. Your sense of self, also built, memory, emotion, experience, all layered until it feels like you. But try to peel that apart and find the core. It's not there. Everything is made of something else. Everything is interdependent, always shifting, no fixed center. So when you ask, if everything is empty, what is this? It's not a question with a clean answer. It's more like a realization that this you're experiencing, the moment, the thought, the feeling, is real in experience but empty of permanence, empty of isolation. It can't be separated from everything else, and it can't be pinned down into one fixed thing. That's what Zen points to. It's not saying nothing matters. It's saying everything is in motion. Even the idea of thingness starts to fall apart. You think you're touching a solid object, but zoom in far enough and it's mostly space. You think you know what you're feeling, but sit with it long enough and it transforms. Fear turns into sadness, sadness becomes stillness, stillness births clarity. Everything is like that, empty of being one permanent, unchanging thing. And yet, you're still here, still breathing, still wondering. So, what is this? This experience that feels so vivid, so real, even as it slips through your fingers. Here's the paradox. Just because something is empty doesn't mean it isn't alive. Emptiness doesn't mean dead or cold or meaningless. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Because things are empty, they can change. Because they are not fixed, they can become. That's why a tree can grow. That's why a wound can heal. That's why you can change your mind, your heart, your life. If everything were solid and permanent, you'd be stuck. There'd be no space for movement, no path to transformation. But because things are empty, every moment is open, and maybe that's the real answer to the question. If everything is empty, then this, right now, is possibility. Not a frozen object, but an unfolding. Not a fixed truth, but a dance. Not a conclusion, but a question being lived. Still, I get it. Part of your mind probably wants to push back. Maybe this feels too abstract, too floaty, too disconnected from real life. You're not alone in that. The human brain is wired to look for solidity. We want clear answers, concrete ground. We want to know who we are, what the world is, what things mean. And that's fair. But Zen doesn't ask you to throw away reality. It just asks you to look deeper. It says, don't stop at the surface of the thing. Go inside it. Feel how everything you hold on to, even your own identity, is just a temporary pattern. A cloud, a wave, a breath. You aren't being asked to let go of meaning, just to realize that meaning is something you give. And that realization doesn't weaken your connection to the world. It deepens it, because when you stop clinging to fixed definitions, you can actually see things for what they are. You stop projecting and start perceiving. You stop needing every moment to be something, and you let it be what it is. Think about a relationship. When you expect someone to always be a certain way, always loving, always calm, always strong, you end up disappointed. Because people change. Emotions rise and fall. That doesn't make the relationship meaningless. It makes it human. The moment you stop demanding permanence, you start appreciating presence. You stop asking, "What is this supposed to be?" and start asking, "What is this right now?" Zen calls this beginner's mind, seeing things fresh without labels. It's not about giving up intelligence. It's about setting down assumptions long enough to see with clarity, to feel the moment directly, not secondhand through concepts, but firsthand through presence. So what is this? Maybe this is what it's always been. A moment showing up, empty of fixed meaning, full of potential. You get to meet it. You get to feel it. You get to respond. You don't have to name it. You don't have to solve it. You just have to show up. That's where everything starts. And maybe, just maybe, that's the most powerful thing of all. To realize that emptiness isn't a void to fear, but a space to live in. It's not the absence of reality. It's the openness of it. The freedom to experience without the weight of certainty. The freedom to let things change, and to change with them. Because when you finally stop trying to define what this is, you start participating in it. Fully, lightly, awake. You start hearing the silence under your thoughts, feeling the stillness inside movement, seeing the mystery in the most ordinary thing. A cup of tea, a breath, a pause. And that's where Zen lives, not in the answers, but in the space between questions. Not in what you can say, but in what you can feel when you stop needing to say anything at all. So if everything is empty, what is this? This is your life. This is your moment. This is presence. Undivided, undefined, completely here. What is doing when nothing is done? You know those moments when you finally stop trying, like you've pushed, forced, overthought, burned out, and then you just drop it. Let go. And weirdly, that's when something shifts. The answer comes. The tension fades. Things start falling into place. You didn't do anything, but something happened. So what is doing when nothing is done? This question sounds like a paradox. But if you've ever experienced stillness, real stillness, not just zoning out, but that quiet moment where the struggle falls away, then you've felt it. There's a kind of action that doesn't feel like effort, a kind of movement that happens when you're no longer pushing. And it's hard to describe because it doesn't match how we usually define doing. There's no control, no checklist, no forcing. But it's not passive either. It's not lazy or indifferent. It's alive, responsive, deeply intelligent. Zen calls this Wu Wei, effortless action, doing by not doing. The art of flowing with life instead of wrestling it into your idea of what it should be. And this isn't just some mystical concept. It's observable. You've lived it. You just didn't know what to call it. Ever been in the zone, doing something creative, writing, playing music, moving your body, and suddenly you're not thinking anymore. Your hands are just moving. Your choices feel guided. Not random, not mechanical, but clear, fluid, direct. That's it. You're not doing nothing. But you're not doing. in the way your mind usually does it. Controlling, planning, judging. You've dropped the ego, and something else is moving through you. That's what is doing when nothing is done. And here's the part that shocks people. Most of life actually works better this way. Because the harder you try to control everything, the more tangled things get. Ever tried to fall asleep on purpose? The more effort you use, the more awake you feel. Try to be spontaneous and you freeze up. Try to force a conversation and it turns awkward. Try to rush inspiration and you get nothing. It's like chasing your shadow. The harder you run, the further it slips away. So here's the paradox. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is stop trying to do. Not because giving up is noble, but because trying to control everything blocks the very intelligence that knows how to move. When you're tense, rigid, obsessively thinking, you're not actually more in control. You're cut off from the deeper flow that already knows what to do. Your body knows how to breathe without you managing it. Your wounds know how to heal without your permission. And your awareness, the part of you that can observe without effort, is always present, whether your mind is grasping or not. So the question becomes, what if this deeper doing is happening all the time underneath your effort? What if, when nothing is done, no plan, no resistance, no pushing, what's left is not emptiness, but presence? What if the universe doesn't need your anxiety to function? What if life continues to unfold even when you stop interfering? It's like a river. You can fight the current. You can flail, panic, try to control where you're going. Or you can float. Let the water carry you. Trust the direction, not because you're passive, but because you're attuned. You're listening. You're allowing life to move through you instead of trying to dominate it. And this doesn't mean doing nothing forever. It doesn't mean apathy. It means aligning with the right kind of action. Action that comes from clarity, not fear. From awareness, not ego. It's the difference between reacting and responding. Between grasping and receiving. Between forcing a solution and letting the right one emerge when the time is right. And here's where it gets really interesting. A lot of what we call productivity is actually just busy avoidance. We confuse motion with meaning. We chase progress so we don't have to feel stillness. Because stillness can feel threatening. Like you're falling behind. Like nothing's happening. But that's just the ego screaming. The deeper part of you knows that rest isn't the opposite of progress. Sometimes it's the prerequisite. Think of a field. Crops grow, then the land rests. Cycles, not hustle, not constant output. Even winter serves a purpose. So maybe the real question isn't, why am I not doing anything? Maybe it's, can I trust what's happening beneath the surface? Can you trust that insight is forming even when words aren't? That growth is happening even when it's not visible. That letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means clearing space. There's a quiet force inside you that wants to move when it's ready. But if your mind's too loud, you won't hear it. If your plans are too rigid, you'll miss the moment it tries to speak. That's why some of the most powerful turning points in life don't come from doing more. They come from stopping, from dropping the need to control, from stepping back and asking, what happens if I let go just for a moment? It's terrifying, but it's real, and it's where actual change begins. The Zen masters knew this. They sat for hours, days, not because they were trying to become enlightened by doing nothing, but because they were learning how to stop interfering with what's already awake inside. They weren't escaping life. They were entering it more fully, without filters, without mental noise. Just this, just now. And maybe you felt a flicker of that, even without knowing it. That moment before a big decision when everything goes quiet. The stillness after a heartbreak where something deeper rises. The clarity that comes not from thinking harder, but from finally shutting up and listening. That's what is doing when nothing is done. And it's available to you. Not later, not once you've fixed everything, but now, in this breath, in this moment where nothing needs to be achieved, and yet everything is happening. So maybe next time you're stuck, mentally, emotionally, creatively, try less. Stop pushing. Stop solving. Stop pretending you're in control of something that's unfolding with or without your permission. Drop the illusion that more effort equals more truth. Then sit, breathe, watch, and let doing happen by itself.